That's the shofar. Hashiram Tazama, the Ten Commandments. Ra'a, Yahaya, Rakah, Alahayim, Akarayim, Iopinia. No and not have other gods before me. La'a, Thayosha, Lakah, Pasa, Wala'a, Thayobadma. No or not thou make graven images to serve them. La'a, Thalakwa, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, Shiwa. No or not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha-Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabal, Abakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. La'ata, Latazak, know and not thou murder. La'ata, Kanab, know and not thou adultery. La'ata, Ganab, know and not thou steal. La'ata, Yanashikar, know and not thou testify falsely. La'ata, Kamad, Kala, Shira, La, Rakaya. Know and not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah, hallelujah. Amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
Hashira.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. And everything you should do is in Yah's name.
Romans 11:5. That's when we was talking about that remnant.
Praise Yah! Praise Yah!
Praise Yah! Thank you, Yah!
Praise Yah!
Yes!
Shalom! Welcome to Mashiach's Assembly! Don't forget, shoes off at the door!
Respect Yah's house.
Hey, Maya is so. Hey, Maya is so. Toraba, Yahaya. Toraba, Yahaya. Praise Yah!
Praise Yah.
Shalom! Welcome to Mashiach's Assembly! Don't forget, shoes off at the door!
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah, we sing praises to your name. Oh yeah, for your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah, we sing praise.
To the Most High. Peace and blessings, everybody. Aye, peace and blessings. Hold on, let me get my life together a little bit. Aye, peace. Oh, I'm too big on this thing. Let me make myself smaller. What am I doing? There you go, a little smaller. There you go. Peace and blessings, everybody worldwide. Welcome to Divine Discussions, episode 140 or somewhere around there. Laria and Hakyama will let y'all know what episode this one is. 140 something. Divine Discussions. You heard? Welcome to Divine Discussions with Mashiach. They just muted my mic out of nowhere. Is that a new thing? I gotta watch that out. All right. They yeah, they diddied us, pause. And the Black Lives Matter thing was a thing. Hold on, let me see what my mic level is. Check my mic level. Yeah, mic level's okay. It was a thing where, we was so-called black people was being unalived on TV. We've been shot dead on YouTube TV all the time, choked out, stomped out, shot through windows, shot in the car, live like we was watching a scary movie. They was crazy. They was just broadcasting it all over the world. So, it was a thing, right? And you know how they do. They do a psyop. They bamboozled us. They made us think there was this movement, Black Lives Matter, but it was funded by some real nefarious, some people who really didn't have our best interests at heart. And then it got what's the name, by this group, allegedly that, they was doing all these riots and stuff, and there was people putting on hoodies and black mask and face, and people thought it was black people doing it, but it wasn't, right? It was these organizations, right? And that was George Soros and all them, and then they had the little black ladies running the Black Lives Matter, and then we find out, we go on the website, that it was about what word you want to call them? It was about the ZESTYs. It was about the women with women was running it, and on the website they was basically like, this ain't about y'all, we don't care. And so Mysonne, the rapper, he hooked up with it. People was getting the bag, right? They was getting the payoff. And he hooked up with it with some Tiffany, I think Mallory, it was all black. And us regular people, right? The ones who was getting shot down, and shout out to the righteous white brothers and sisters who were standing with us, and the righteous other nations of people who was like, yeah, this before the all lives matter, right? Because, right? And then, so Mysonne, we was like kind of behind him at the beginning, right? Because it was like, okay, he was a rapper. Now he's trying to do something to help, help the people. But guess what? Oh, there was something else going on. And tonight, y'all about to see, he about to tell what was really happening. So tonight's live stream is Mysonne. Did Mysonne just say Farrakhan is ZESTY? Oh, y'all gonna see it? Or he supports that the rainbow community, right? He said, okay, this ain't allegedly, none of that. I'm gonna show y'all the video. You're gonna hear it from his mouth. I was taken aback from it. I'm like, bro, bruh. You know how you do that moment, bruh. Hold on, let me put my invite. It's spinning. Why it's not? Come on, bro, act right. Okay, invite. Let me invite my brothers and sisters. Okay, copy. Everything's spinning all slow. I'm like, okay, well, at least it's working. All right, so let me go to the comments. Shout out to the chat section. I ain't see y'all all night. Control V. All right, so my brothers and sisters could join me on the screen. But watch when you hear what Mysonne says. He's talking about Farrakhan, and he's talking about, he's okay. I'm not gonna talk for him. We're gonna watch it. Y'all gonna see it for yourself. It's kind of head blown emoji, right? And I put all the videos up. I took all the fluff out, right? So we're gonna have another part. Shout out to the elder Tamaya, right? We got Tamaya tonight. New York takes a L. Yeah, we get the L tonight. And specifically the Bronx gets a big L. And the funny thing is, we get the L. This one be a good one, Tamaya. We get the L tonight, New York, from California. California gonna give New York a big L tonight. It just is what it is, right? I'm sorry, don't get out your feelings. Watch the video, all right? And the Bronx particularly gets the biggest, this one of the biggest L's so far. All right, all right, here we go. My brothers, all right, so I let them in. All right, my other brothers and sisters will come in later when they can get a chance. Shout out to Brother Richard, all right? Shout out to everybody that's came in the chat. I didn't get to see everybody. All right, I think B Sparrow's in here too. It's a lot of y'all in here. Pardon me. Peace and blessings. Ahana Yah's in here. All right, so let's go. Let me, cause I put all this together. We cooking with olive oil. This is a crazy one tonight. Very good one, y'all. It's gonna be get your popcorn, all that. Everybody over on Facebook, shout out to the Facebook. Get your popcorn, get everything. Get yourself ready, cause you got something to watch tonight. You got some. It's gonna be exciting. This is exciting. I was like, what we call it, divine discussions is turning into the exciting TV, right? I'm like, okay, now I'm back cooking, the Fridays is the, teaching the ministry stuff. We still do the word because we live the word. But, back to divine discussions, having divine discussions. So this is the thumbnail. Did Mysonne just say Farrakhan is zesty? So this is Mysonne. And I'm going to let him do it, right? I'm going to let him say it. Okay, we almost 50 people. All right, so we probably, and then I don't know how many on the other one, so we probably up to 50, 60. So as we let the people come in, right? Let's walk this on in. Here we go. Everybody. Tonight, we're going to step into a conversation that is going to be a head blown emoji to you. All right? It's not gossip. It's not slander. It's not clickbait. It's actually true, literal words coming from the person, a moment in truth. It's wrapped in controversy, tension, and confusion, all right? And it's the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You heard? It ain't clickbait. Now, whenever a public figure speaks, everyone listens, right? But when that public figure is tied to the struggle of a people, then that's when the stakes are high. They rise higher. And when another public figure, celebrity, being referenced is one like the Minister Louis Farrakhan, who's become one of the most influential, polarizing, whether you like him or not, disagree or not, he is one of the most influential, polarizing, and historically impactful Black leaders in American history. It doesn't matter if you agree with what he speaks on or none of that. The Nation of Islam. He was impactful. I remember the Million Man March, the first one. I remember other tensions when Farrakhan will be called in to, agree, disagree, or neutral. It doesn't matter. He was one of the most influential, polarizing, and historically impactful Black leaders that America has ever seen. Now, tonight's discussion is about a Bronx rapper and an activist now named Mysonne. This man now is known for his voice, his activism, and his streets to the stage story, and his public support for the Black Lives Matter movement, a movement wrapped in its own controversies about the monies that these people was taking, the leadership, the manipulation, the political agenda that was behind that movement. All right? Now, I'm not going to play you a video where he says, I'm not going to play a video where others are saying what he says, or where it's a theory, where it's a allegedly. No. I'm going to play you what he said. And I can't believe that he said this. Because when you speak on a figure like Minister Louis Farrakhan, you're not just speaking on some blogger. You're not just speaking on some rapper. You're speaking on a man who was in the public eye for millions of people with decades of him leading them. Whether you agree, disagree, or indifferent, you're speaking on a man with influence, right? And a man that has deep loyalty from millions of people around the world, right? Every word is weighed. Every statement is dissected, and every nuance is magnified. That's why tonight's live stream is not about attacking Mysonne. It's also not about defending Farrakhan. It's not about choosing sides at all. It's about discerning. It's about listening carefully, listening through the noise. And I put hours, I put it together, chopping it. I took all the noise out. I got some stuff. Wait till y'all see it. Wait till y'all see it. I put in all this work. So y'all enjoy this tonight. And you're going to learn the truth. Listen carefully. Analyze what's said and separate the truth from misunderstanding. Proverbs 18:13 says, he that answereth the matter before he heareth it is a folly and shame unto him. So tonight we're going to hear everything. Because, family, one of the greatest traps of this generation is reacting before you have a full understanding. See, they are pushing for this generation to respond emotionally, okay? Not spiritually. They pushing them to speak quickly. But the Most High calls us to listen deeply. And the enemy loves confusion. And he loves to push that confusion in the so-called black community. Shout out to Shamara Yah. Shout out to the brother Creedell. He said he went into a program for 30 days. He's trying to kick drinking out alcohol. Shout out to our young brother Creedell. He said he'll be back in 31 days with us. He's trying to kick that monkey on his back, that addiction of drinking out alcohol. We support you. He wrote on one of the last live stream to the ministry. He left a comment. I know y'all didn't see it. He left a comment. So I went to ministry to go over there. The last live stream we did, it's in the comment section, and give him some support. Write him something over there from the Shiach Assembly House of Yah, young brother Creedell. All right. We pray Most High's blessings over you, young Creedell, as you go in there and clean yourself up from that alcohol. Shout out to the youth, man. You know what I mean? 20 years old, 22 years old, 25 years old. That's what some of the elders, we failed us. All right? Tonight, you'll see. I don't want to give it away, but I don't know. My son is an elder. All right? Shout out to Daya Rock in the building. All right? Now, they're pushing on this generation to speak quickly, to respond emotionally, not spiritually, not to listen deeply. And the enemy loves to push confusion, all right? And confusion breeds division, and division breeds weakness, and weakness opens the door to manipulation. That's why the Most High Yah said, Isaiah 28:7, they err in their vision, they stumble in their judgment. See, this is when emotions replace discernment. See, whenever that happens, when emotions replace discernment, when emotions supersede intelligence, your judgment collapses. So I'm going to make one thing very clear. We're about to get started. Farrakhan is not just a background figure. He's done things to shape millions of people's minds. Whether you think it's positive or negative, that doesn't matter. He has shaped minds. I did witness his legacy of challenging institutions. I've seen that. I've seen him confront systems. Now, some say he plays for both sides and all that. We'll let the videos and stuff decide, right? I seen him put marches together and try, at least what it looks like on the surface, to uplift men, right? And inspire movements, all right? So when someone suggests that he supports or condones anything outside of sexual moral boundaries, then this is a national conversation. That's why I'm like, okay, I need to bring this out. So tonight, we're going to step away from the noise. We're going to step away from the rumors. We're going to step away from the interpretations, and we're going to go straight to the words, because words reveal intention. Ecclesiastes 5:2 says, let thy words be few, for the Most High is in the Shamayam heaven, and thou is upon the earth. So the manuscript, shout out to Yaran, tells us not to be so quick to speak. Because we are upon the earth, we should be doing more observing, 2 ears and 1 mouth. Every word spoken publicly must be weighed carefully, especially when it concerns people with that amount of influence. You have to be very careful of the things that you say. We also must confront the bigger picture. All right? Why are discussions around sexuality, masculinity, leadership, and morality so explosive in the so-called Black community? Why do certain conversations get shadow banned, right? Ignite firestorms? Why do statements instantly divide us into separate factions? Because, children of the Most High, we have a lot of wounds. We had a lot of deep wounds, historic wounds, cultural wounds, spiritual wounds. And when a sensitive subject collides with our belief system or triggers some traumatic things that can be even in our DNA, the wound reacts before the mind does. So Psalms 64 says they sharpen their tongues like swords. Words can cut. Life and death in the power of the tongue. But the words can also bring healing, cure as well. Tonight, we're not just using words to cut. We're using them to expose so that we can understand and maybe even have healing. All right? Wisdom. And more importantly, addressing the spirit of confusion trying to creep always into our lives, our conversations, into our community. All right? 1 Thessalonians 5 says, prove all things, hold fast to that which is good. All right? Not prove what we want to be true, not prove what our emotions feel, not prove what the system wants to show us is true, not to prove what the system is indoctrinating us to believe, but prove what is true and hold fast to that which is good, which is righteous, which is good. Hold fast to that. So tonight we ask, what exactly did Mysonne say? Was he misinterpreted? You probably misunderstood. I don't know what you're talking about. Was the message taken out of context? All right? We're going to see. Because the real goal here is not to just judge, Mysonne. The real goal here is to understand what's going down. The Most High commands us to operate in this. Psalms 119 says, teach me good judgment and knowledge, for I have believed thy commandments. Judgment and knowledge, it said, teach me. It did not say, teach me emotion and a hug. It did not say, teach me some feel-good medicine. Teach me a coddle. It don't say coddle me. It says, teach me good judgment and knowledge. Not emotion and assumption. So this tonight ain't a takedown of Mysonne or Farrakhan. You're going to see what's going down. Because I ain't do it. We're going to let them speak. This is not a promotion. This is what we going to call this, wrist fly? A discernment session, a teaching moment, a call for clarity in a time when confusion is the currency of this day. You heard? Confusion is the bag. Because if we can't speak honestly, that's why they shadow ban me all the time. If we cannot talk honestly, if we cannot listen carefully, if we cannot analyze fairly, then we can't grow spiritually. That's why they push confusion, you heard? And tonight, we're going to slow it on down. Come on, Yesharallah. We're going to slow it on down. Come on, Yadasa. We're going to listen. We're going to discern. We're going to seek truth without fear and without favoritism. Shout out to the UK, United Kingdom, honor Yah. Come on, Delara Shah. We going somewhere. Come on, Yashala Yah, daughter of the Most High. Tonight we slow down. Tonight we discern. Because at the end of the day, what sets us free, children? The truth shall set you free. At the end of the day, the truth shall set us free. Everybody worldwide, let us begin. All right. First clip of the night. How I'm going to start this? Boy, it's going to be, we got some, okay, Hakyama's here too. Boy, let's go. Let's go, Unc. Let's go. Okay, so, okay, the thumbnail's still up. How I'm going to do this. All right, we probably about 70 people from between the vertical live stream. Okay, that's right. I probably need to change it over there. Shout out to Swift in the building over there on Facebook. Swift. I missed that call. I seen it when I woke up. I'm going to get that call in, Swift. I'm going to get that call in with you. I missed that call, Swift. Swift over there at Terra Avenue. Shout out to Hempstead Strong Island. Shout out to the whole Terra Avenue projects. All right, now we going let's go. I heard. All right, so I got to let me click that, and then let me click this, right? So I can do the shorts view over there. Should I do it, man? I'll do it later. I ain't about to. Well, should I do it? I want to get started. I'm ready to get started. All right. So I click that. So let me copy that. Let me go over here, right? Yeah, because they make me change the shorts view. People come in and don't realize it's 2 live streams. You know what I mean? I'm like, why are they doing that, bro? Why don't you just name one vertical and keep one for the regular? All right, regular smaggler. All right. So then that's what I should have did. I should have had it open, charged, and ready, but it's okay. View my channel. All right, give me a second. View the channel, and I don't know which Hakyama. I can see it. It's the one with 50. So yeah, we about 60, 65 on the live between the two. So let me click this one. That's the one. All right. There you go. That's the vertical view. And then let me go edit mode, edit video. All right, because I got to change it, let people know that's the shorts. All right, there you go. And now let me take that. Free sample. I want no free sample. What y'all doing? Ain't nothing but Ultra Prime. Control V. There we go. And then I'm going to save shorts view. Did my son just say Farrakhan is zesty? Woo! Somebody, boy, my son better watch his back. I'm trying to tell you, because those Nation of Islam don't be playing. You heard? I don't like what happened to Malcolm. You heard? Right? You better be careful. You better make sure you know what you're doing. I don't know what my son think he's doing, but he need to definitely check himself before he wreck himself. All right, so here we go. Let's go. I'm gonna do the first clip. All right, here we go. Let's get started. Bang! It ain't too late. It's only 9:44. We getting in nice and early. All right. And then, hold on, I'm going to make that, so I click that. Let me stop sharing that, right? Let me make this smaller first, right? There you go. And then I can click that, right? And then come back here and go to that window. There you go. I can make, well, yeah. And then, yes, some stings. Wait till y'all see this tonight. There's some head blowing emoji tonight. I'm like, this the tea. Y'all better come on in. Welcome to Divine Discussions. We got some things to discuss. Divine Discussions. Time to divinely discuss some lifetime events and give some spiritual answers to the Most High children's questions from all over the world. Welcome to Divine Discussions. Facts. All right, Divine Discussion. Let's go. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for reactionary purposes only. We don't own the rights to the video. We're just reacting and discussing the contents of the video. Tonight's live stream. Breaking news. Did my son just say Farrakhan is zesty McNesty or supports a different sexual lifestyle? Copyright disclaimers in effect. Oh, stop share. Okay. Oh, hold on. What's on the screen? Yep. Stop share. Come back. Share screen. Shalom Hakyama. Shalom Yasha. Shalom Elder. It's going down. Y'all should be. And Yasha, you're gonna be catching some of this stuff. I know you sharp, your mind really sharp like mine. You're gonna catch some of these things. Watch this, share screen. But I be catching stuff. I'm like, I don't know how people don't see this stuff, but I be seeing it, right? Watch this. That one, share, the tab audio 2, bang. What is going on? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that is, but whatever. All right, good. Now we're sharing that. Okay, now come back to that window. Right? And go here, and then make it full screen. Bang. There we go. All right, here we go. Copyright disclaimers on effect. Let's see what Mysonne said. Copyright disclaimer. Come back to the comments section. Give me 1 second. There we go. I can see a little bit of the comments. I'm going to try to rock with y'all in the comments. All right, Delaware y'all, here we go. Copyright disclaimers.
So for you being a person who's not a gay ally, you sure as hell can't just accept where we're at with it and move on. You're really bent. You're bent on the idea that Minister Farrakhan did not condemn them. You're really bent on pushing that.
I'm not bent on anything.
You are bent on that. And here's the crazier thing. This is why that Barack Obama stuff, that liberal white woman ideology, I know has got hold of you, because you have not been so passionate about discussing the black issues as much as the LGBT.
Hold on. I know y'all like, yeah, I tried to bring y'all a little of the tea in the beginning, just so y'all, that's me. I put it together for y'all. You know what I mean? That's how I used to do my videos, right? So I put a lot of work in this. Now, this is a brother from Cali, and my son is from New York. Laria, the Bronx takes a big one tonight. All right, so here we go. Nope, it's gonna be good. Y'all just sit back and relax. I'm trying to give you what I did was give you some of the give you something to, you know how you do a preview of the movie, you know what I mean? All right, so that's my son right here, okay? And that's Marquette. Now, let's do it one more time. Now I'm gonna let it play.
So for you being a person who's not a gay ally, you sure as hell can't just accept where we're at with it and move on. You're really bent. You're bent on the idea that Minister Farrakhan did not condemn them. You're really bent on pushing that.
I'm not bent on anything.
You are bent on that. And here's the crazier thing. This is why that Barack Obama stuff, that liberal white woman ideology, I know has got hold of you, because you have not been so passionate about discussing the black issues as much as the LGBTQ. And that's the same thing we dealt with Barack Obama. Barack Obama was all about the LGBTQ, and he ain't do nothing for black people.
How you doing? My name is Mysonne. I am a hip hop artist and an activist. I've been a hip hop artist for over 20 years. I was signed to Def Jam Records. Then I got incarcerated in the year of 1998. I was signed to the late great Chris Lighty. I ended up serving 7 out of a 14-year sentence for an armed robbery, that conviction that I never actually committed. Came home in 2006, started to continue to pursue my rap career. But I also came home with a new knowledge of understanding that only black and brown people were pretty much populating the prisons, and I had to understand why, because a lot of us have been taught wrong. We have been taught that there was some type of honor in being in prison, that there was some type of right to passage from being in prison. So I wanted to come home and dispel those myths and stop young black boys from going into prison. So I started to change the message in my music, and along the way, in that time, there was a couple of situations that pulled me into activism, like the death of Trayvon Martin. At that point, I had a 14-year-old son, and I was actually in Florida for the verdict, and seeing the man be found not guilty brought me to tears like I never had in my life. And I wrote a poem, which later was heard by Trayvon's mother, which I actually performed for her and have been doing at her conferences for the last 10 years, called What Do I Say to My Sons? And then, which actually pushed me into the final stage of activism, was the death of Eric Gardner, when he was choked to death by Daniel Pantaleo in Long Island in New York City. And that was the first protest I actually went to, where over 500,000 people were in the streets. And then I started to utilize my passion with my purpose, because I felt activism and just speaking on behalf of what's going on in our community was more my purpose, and music was my passion. So I combined both of them. Currently, I have an organization called Until Freedom. I'm the founder of a worldwide initiative called Boycott Black Murder. I'm also the founder of an organization called Raising Kings.
All right, so that was his intro. He's a founder of a black organization called Raising Kings, too. I guess raising young, black men, because, he's a black activist. So for those who know who don't share other people's channel. But yeah, this is a crazy looking suit jacket. First of all, it's pinstripe and then it's two colors, but that's his brand. This dude, do these two colors, but we ain't promoting nobody. We reacting to the video. All right. So that was my son. So that's why I told y'all, I said, I did the intro so that be slow to speak, right? Because y'all like, they yelling over each other, like, give it time, right? Let the video play. We're always so quick to react, right? I showed you an explosive part of the video, right? All right, just in case, because imagine I would just started with this. It's like, okay, he's talking all nice and calm. You don't know if you might think the whole video like that, but it ain't. It gets heated, okay? And when things get heated, especially against two men, these are reactions, all right? Sometimes emotions go in, and then it could be a confrontation, mentally, physically, spiritually, whatever. Sometimes it happens, right? That's why I'm also trying to master the control when someone's an adversary, not to get too passionate. All right, so now let's continue. Yeah, he's a real stringent businessman, and he has a great hustle. We'll get through this, right? So yeah, everything he does is about promotion. He's about that bag, right? But all right, so let's continue. So that was Mysonne's introduction of he went to prison, he became an activist, he came home, and all that, right? So let's continue. Here we go.
Okay, very good. So my challenge with folks who often take your position, and your position can very much so be described as a liberal position. I don't suggest that to put myself on the other side as a conservative. I'm not.
Now, let me explain. When I just cut here, because this is a 2-hour, right? And it's a lot of, tonight we have to, if I would have put the whole thing, we would have been talking about 3 different topics. It would probably be 6-hour live stream, right? So tonight we focus on the did what he said, Farrakhan, did he say Farrakhan is a ZESTY? Did he say, right? So, but I got to give you the context because it gets a little heated when I cut here, and you're probably be like, why is this dude emotions already riled up? Because, okay, let me give you the context, and we're gonna discuss the other part, right? Don't nobody I'll smack you. Get out of here. Your mama talk too much. Now, take that. Be gone. Now, everybody else, at the beginning, when it first started, right? It's called context, smack your mama. Beat it. Now, when it first started, it was a video about SNAP benefits, welfare, okay? Welfare, SNAP benefits. Now, what happened was when because he said something, this Marquette dude on another platform about SNAP benefits, about black people, we need to get off of SNAP benefits, right? It was about the welfare thing, right? But Mysonne, his stance was, we need welfare, right? And welfare was good for the black community, right? I'm paraphrasing. Now I'm doing this context, smack your mama, sit down and listen, right? This TikTok generation is a mess. I don't care if you're old or not, you're still a TikTok head, you can't listen. Now listen, Mysonne's stance is that we need welfare, and welfare did black people a blessing. Marquette said his stance was no, welfare divided the black family. Back when they first started introducing it to the black woman, they was telling them you can get this welfare. It was no SNAP benefits. It was called welfare. We'll give you this, but you got to remove the black man out of the house. So the black man used to have to, so it actually did break up the black family. And Mysonne's stance is, no, it didn't. Welfare didn't break up the black family. Crack did, right? I'm just giving y'all a synopsis. So when we play, now y'all understand these talking points, where they're going to go from here, right? So Mysonne started saying statements like what you would hear the liberals, right? I'm not a politician neither side, right? Because now you're going to hear Marquette keep calling him a liberal white woman, which is, see, without the context, y'all wouldn't understand what's going on right here, right? Now, so because his talking points, Mysonne, he starts saying things like, what you would hear the liberals say. Like he says a lot, my partner. He calls his girlfriend his partner, not his girlfriend. He believes in saying not wife. He don't believe in saying the word woman, Mysonne. He believes in calling it a partner, your partner, because it's a partnership. So Marquette is saying that's that liberal feminist talk that they started back in the 60s or whatever. And so all the points that Mysonne was saying, Marquette is saying that's that liberal points. All right. So now at this point in the conversation, Mysonne started explaining how the black people, we need welfare and we should be able to utilize it, and welfare was good for us. And Marquette is like, it destroyed us. And my son like, no, it didn't, right? And the black woman was able, this is another Mysonne point, the black woman was able to come up off welfare, right? She was able to gain her independence, and but Marquette is saying, but it destroyed the family. He like, no, it didn't. And my son is saying, whatever black man left his family because of the welfare, then I mean he was weak, and he was this, and he was that. And Marquette is saying, but they empowered one part against the other part, and my son is saying the black woman is strong, the black men is weak. So all he keeps saying through it is honestly what I heard. We're gonna play it one day. We're gonna do a video. It was like I don't know, something must have happened to him. He really don't like men. Honestly, it's crazy. Or unless he just get in the bag. And that's why Marquette keep calling it the white woman liberal agenda. That's what he's saying, right? Now, so all through that discussion, so it made him heated. I'm explaining that because he's already heated when I play this clip. Because my son stays calm, but he got a little heated because he's like, I can't believe that you saying all of this stuff. This is like, he's like, you're sounding like a liberal, a white woman liberal to me, right? So my son is basically saying that the black man is weak, he's nothing, he's emotional, and the black woman is smarter than us, powerful than us. She's this, she's that, right? Now the funny thing, Marquette gets upset because you'll see it. He says, like, I used to look up to you, right? So here we go. Now y'all got the context. Come on, Swift. Now I can kind of shut up. Well, I ain't gonna shut up the whole time. We gotta react, right? Otherwise we get a strike. Now, but here we go. Now y'all got the context. So now I did the intro, and then I clipped a lot of the other stuff so we can get to the fruit. And so now Marquette is going to start. Here we go.
I'm the founder of a worldwide initiative called Boycott Black Murder. I'm also the founder of an organization called Raising Kings.
Okay, very good. So my challenge with folks who often take your position, and your position can vary.
Smack your mama. You sound like a little white liberal. Shut up and sit down. Yo, Swift, go smack your mama. Somebody need to smack you. All right, let's continue.
Very much so be described as a liberal position. I don't suggest that to put myself on the other side as a conservative. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat, a liberal or a conservative.
I'm a man, a strong man. I am a masculine man. I don't agree that if a woman doesn't agree with me or says something that's out of line to me, that I should put my hands on her. I don't believe leading a household requires me to be physically abusive to a woman. I don't believe that showing strength or even in a relationship, that compatibility, that her word should not matter in the household. This is
now I have to explain this because y'all won't understand, because it's clipped, because it's two parts. Now, and if you get on my nerves, we're gonna ban you out of here so you can beat it, all right? Because I'm not about to go back and forth with some little clown sitting up here, right? Now, when this part, when my son is talking, look at Marquette's face. He starts making facial reactions because out of nowhere, right? Because we get into the Farrakhan part. I have to do this, right, to get us into it. Now, as my son starts speaking, he automatically switched the agenda. Let me explain. They were talking about SNAP benefits, whether welfare was good for the black community or bad for the black community. And out of nowhere, my son just started talking in a tone saying, like insinuating that Marquette condones women beating, like that's domestic violence, like hitting women. Out of nowhere, he just started, and then he lets out that he watched another interview that Marquette did, and he interpreted like Marquette so he just switched the whole narrative out of nowhere. So now when I play it back, look at Marquette's expression when he starts talking about, I don't believe in if a man hit a woman, Marquette's face like, huh? Like, what are you talking about? Like, all right, so now I have to give you that. See his face? That's why he's doing it. So his face is like, hold up, what are you doing? What, like, what? All right, now watch this. And then it's going to get there. All right, here we go.
My challenge with folks who often take your position, and your position can very much so be described as a liberal position. I don't suggest that to put myself on the other side as a conservative. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat, a liberal or a conservative.
I'm a man, a strong man. I am a masculine man. I don't agree that if a woman doesn't agree with me or says something that's out of line to me, that I should put my hands on her. I don't believe leading a household requires me to be physically abusive to a woman. I don't believe that showing strength or even in a relationship, that compatibility, that her word should not matter in the household. This is right now, there's a reckoning. This is a reckoning for what Obama did. People say Obama, the president, didn't do anything individually for Black. He did. What he did was inspire and motivate more Black people to be professional, to be strong. They seen Black people in positions of power. So Black men said, I can own things. I can be the president. I can be the president of Fortune 500 company. And they began to do that. Black women did the same thing. So as they see that, now you see the reckoning to where they trying to rewrite in America. So I understand what you're saying, but I also want you to understand that this government owes Black people. They pay reparations to everybody else. So if we can't give reparations, even in the form of the real reparations that we deserve, and we can't utilize the government money to be able to build. So I think that if Black people were taught that.
Right. So right there. So he said Obama did good for us. People saying Obama didn't do nothing, but yes, he did. He did good. He made us think that we could be something, right? Jesse Jackson, Howard Washington. Then he said, if they owe us reparations, and if they don't want to give us reparations, then we need to utilize the benefits they give us, the welfare. His stance is, we need to get the welfare because it empowers the Black woman. That's what he said on the other part, right? And all of this. All right, let's continue.
That's what we should be doing with the government's money, instead of trying to say, don't take no handout. No, everybody else is taking handouts and they're utilizing it and they're
So he said before, he said all the other nations are getting welfare and they're utilizing it. The white people, the Uish people, everybody's getting welfare and they use it and they take it and they build things and buy things in their community with the welfare. So we should be getting the welfare too. And Marquette's stance is we should be not wanting a handout from the government. We should be trying to get our own. All right. So that's the two opposing views. All right, let's continue.
So I understand what you're saying, but I also want you to understand that this government owes Black people. They pay reparations to everybody else. So if we can't give reparations, even in the form of the real reparations that we deserve, and we can't utilize the government money to be able to build. So I think that if Black people were taught that that's what we should be doing with the government's money, instead of trying to say, don't take no handout. No, everybody else is taking handouts and they're utilizing it and they're benefit from it and they're growing. So why shouldn't Black people do the same thing?
Thank you for that. A quick question for you before I carry on. You use the term partner. This is a term that comes from the LGBTQ, the Skittle Guzzlers. Do you accept homosexuality?
Well, I don't have to accept homosexuality.
All right. So through the part, he talked about, this crazy word. He talked about discussing his girlfriend as partner. So he kept saying it through that discussion. So Marquette brought out, hold on, I keep hearing you see this word partner, because me as a regular man, I don't call my wife or my girlfriend my partner. Right? That's my wife, my woman, my, my girlfriend, right? That partner describing your mate, your wife or your something or your husband came from that other community. So Marquette rightfully is asking them now, hold on, because I hear you keep saying partner, right? All right, so here we go. This where it's got to get crazy.
Government's money, instead of trying to say, don't take no handout. No, everybody else is taking handouts and they're utilizing it and they're benefit from it and they're growing. So why shouldn't Black people do the same thing?
Thank you for that. A quick question for you before I carry on. You use the term partner. This is a term that comes from the LGBTQ, the Skittle Guzzlers. Do you accept homosexuality?
Well, I don't have to accept homosexuality because I'm not a homosexual. So why would I have to accept?
Are you pro homosexual? Are you an ally? I'll give you three. I just want to figure out where you're at with it. Are you an ally? Are you against it? Or are you neutral?
I don't have anything against somebody that's homosexual. That's their way of life. It's not my
against, way. Neutral, or pro? Or excuse me, I'm sorry, that was wrong. Against, neutral, or ally? I'm
for anyone loving who they love.
You said you're a man. I'm just asking you as a man, respectfully. I'm asking you to make it plain. You know, black folks, we say make it plain. So make it plain for me. You're against it, you're neutral, or you're an ally?
I am for people loving who they love.
You sound like a lawyer right now. Now, here's the thing. I'm from LA. I know you're from New York, right?
Yes, sir.
And one thing we could always respect about the two cities, always look at us as, very influential groups of black people. But we always look at you guys as blunt and straightforward. And we like to think that we're very honest, especially if you come from the lumping class or the underclass or the criminal class. Mm-hmm. Now, in my neighborhood, you ask a nigga a question, he's just going to tell you flat out. I feel like you going Jesse Jackson on me right now, bro.
No, you feel like that I'm not giving you what you want to get.
No, you going Jesse Jackson. I just asked you, you from the Bronx. I just asked you, are you against it? Are you neutral, or are you an ally?
Once again, I'm gonna say again, you don't get to explain to me how I answer a question. You asked me a question, and I said I'm for people loving who they love.
Okay, so you're okay with a grown man loving another grown man.
Being okay with if that grown man is okay with loving that grown man, that's his decision. That's not
okay. Got you. Understood. Now, so that's why I used the term partner earlier. So this kind of ideology that you believe in and that you're sharing, this is the ideology that's extraordinarily destructive to the black family in particular, and all families in general across all of the racial categories, racial and religious. Because number one, you're talking about independent women, and then you're talking about love. Families are not about love. They're about compatibility, business, moving forward, surviving and thriving. That's what it's actually about. And then when you talk about, you ask the older women, they weren't happy. They weren't in love. That's fine. Grandma had 9 kids.
All right, let me explain what that's saying. Because earlier, we're gonna do that video one day. The discussion about the welfare being good for the black people. Mysonne said that black men were abusing all the black women. That's why the black women needed the government to come in and give them welfare so they can get away from the black. I'm paraphrasing. So they can get away from the black woman. And he said all the black women he talked to, they all said they were unhappy and they were broken, and the black man was abusive, and the government stepped in and gave them welfare, and that was good for them. And they was able to come up and get jobs and go to school and everything. But Marquette said that broke up the black family. But Mysonne said, no, it didn't. Those black men were weak, they were emotional, and and it was good that they got them out the house. So Marquette right now is saying, he said, yeah, you saying all that, but what I remember growing up is grandma and them always had like 10 kids, 5, 7 kids. So some must have been all right in the black household, right? Before the government stepped in the 50s, right? And broke it up to, now of course you're going to have levels of people disagreeing and abuse, and then you're going to have that anyway. But Mysonne was painting this picture that the government stepped in and saved the black woman, and that ain't what destroyed the black family. Nah. Wow, it's crazy. I couldn't believe that what I was hearing, but we'll do that another time. All right, now. So now y'all understand where Marquette is going right here. Let's continue.
Even in that you're sharing, this is the ideology that's extraordinarily destructive to the black family in particular, and all families in general across all of the racial categories, racial and religious. Because number one, you're talking about independent women, and then you're talking about love. Families are not about love. They're about compatibility, business, moving forward, surviving and thriving. That's what it's actually about. And then when you talk about, you ask the older women, they weren't happy. They weren't in love. That's fine. Grandma had 9 kids, and it was very common that everybody's grandma and great grandma had 5 kids, 6 kids, 7 kids, 8 kids, 9 kids, 10 kids. Apparently, things were doing all right. Now, another thing that reeks of this white woman liberal ideology, you brought up Barack Obama, who, number one, is irrelevant to the conversation. Number two, he's not done a damn thing for black people. I find it offensive. Number three, as a foundational black American, he's not one of us. He doesn't have the same heritage. And number four, he did more for the LGBTQ because he actually passed legislation and went to bat on their behalf. I find him to have been a stain for black people. Did I vote for him the first time around? Absolutely, because just like most of us, I was swept away. I was swept away with seeing my image reflected at a high level. And then I realized, oh, he's not like us. He's not like us. And many of us are lost. I am the souls of black folks. Black people have the highest level of religiosity in this country right here. And that's because black people are people of spirit and rhythm. And that's all of us around the whole planet Earth. We're deeply religious, spiritual people. And if you go to the continent of Africa, for the things that you said you're okay with, the LGBTQ stuff, there's capital punishment in many places. There's a death penalty because black people, that is against the souls of black folks. And you're a hip hop head. You may remember the time when hip hop was black, when hip hop was positive, when hip hop was political, and when hip hop embedded our culture, and you would hear people say things like no homo, or you finish battling somebody, especially in New York, and you would say, and I can't even say the word right now, that's all been ripped out of our culture by the liberal whites. What they did was they commercialized our culture. They put it on social media. They put it on Netflix. And then they told us who we are. Before, they used to observe us in our ghettos and then reflect our image in Hollywood. But now Hollywood tells us who we are and then we follow it. And that's how you get a Lil Nas X. And that's how you get Mysonne, the general, telling me he can't speak up straight like a man and say, I do not condone the abomination of a man laying down with another man, especially a black man, because that reduces our population. The black woman aborts more children than she gives birth to. Her birth rate is like 1.9. You need a birth rate of 2.1 for replacement and for growth. And we cannot have all these people, males laying with males and women laying with women and black women abort children because we are being reduced. You talk about reparations. You say the government owes us something. Maybe they do. But one thing I can promise you is they ain't giving you a damn thing. You ain't going to get 40 acres. You ain't going to get a mule. What I'm doing is I got Burton Plantation, 62 acres. We're giving out 2 acres, $30K. It's a hell of a deal. And building a cooperative community where we have farming and all of the things that you need for your children, including homeschool. But what I'm not about to do, I'm not about to wait for a government that I already know hates me. Because goddamn it, the government hates the white man too. He ain't doing a damn thing for the middle and lower class white man. Why in the hell would he do something for me? So I tell you this, logic.
Hold on. Come on. All right, let's continue.
Asked you, what's more important, short term or long term? You said long term. Dig this. If we believe that the black man in America, the black family is owed something and we want to get it, you have to get it through force because that's how it was taken. It was taken by force. Malcolm X, one of your New York brothers, told you, you can't ask to get free. You got to take it. So if we want to be able to compete, we need population. We need education. We need religion. We need heterosexuality. We need unity, leadership, and patriarchy. The things that you're talking about being a partner and focusing on love and not having reproduction, those are all things that destroy us. And that's what's happening right now. There will be no reparations. We have to build up our population and take the reparations by any means necessary.
When we talk about homosexuality, I've never seen a homosexual stop being a homosexual because I didn't like it, right? I was a 20 and 19-year-old person. My father was so homosexual that he used to beat homosexuals up. I grew up until I was a grown man. I started having conversations with homosexuals and realizing that the same way that I loved women and the same ideology, some of them was crying because they wish they weren't homosexual, right? Understanding that they believe that this is who they are. I had a different understanding. I don't have to agree with someone else's lifestyle, but I don't have to.
Pause. Sorry, that's a pause moment. Okay, pause. All right. Now do y'all understand why I walked through the intro to get y'all understanding? I'm gonna let it play, but I had to walk y'all through because this is a 2 hour. I had to chop it up. Y'all will be lost. Not have context. All right, now hold on. He just said something. I need to go back a little bit. Pause. B Sparrow.
wish they weren't homosexual, right?
Hold on. He said,
right? I was a 20 and 19-year-old person. My father was so anti-homosexual that he used to beat homosexuals up. I grew up until I was a grown man. I started having conversations with homosexuals and realizing that the same way that I loved women and the same ideology, some of them was crying because they wish they weren't homosexual, right?
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I had that correctly. He said, until I started having conversations with with the community. I don't, right? I know. I'm like, pause, young Malachi. All right. So he said he started having conversations, and I guess now he understands. All right. It is what it is. We just here to discern the facts. Okay. All right. Let's continue.
My father was so anti-homosexual that
we don't condone nobody hurting and beating and hurting nobody. But let's hear the facts.
Homosexuals up. I grew up until I was a grown man. I started having conversations with homosexuals and realizing that the same way that I loved women and the same ideology, some of them was crying because they wish they weren't homosexual, right? Understanding that they believe that this is who they are. I had a different understanding. I don't have to agree with someone else's lifestyle, but I don't have to impose upon it. And because you kill and you make a law that says homosexuality is forbidden, it's not going to stop people from being homosexuals. Because you don't call a person trans, they're not going to stop being trans because you don't like it. So what you should do is build your tribe, raise your kings to be kings, teach them what manhood looks like, and raise them in your own image instead of worrying about what somebody else is doing. I don't have to kill you or impose upon your ideology or your life or your culture for me to be strong, because I'm a king in real life. So when people see me, they gravitate to me because I lead. I can go into the most dangerous communities in the Bronx, Brooklyn, Chicago, anywhere, and be treated like a man. I make people put their guns down because I move like a king, and that's what power is. So the ideology that you think that we have to impose upon people who are weaker than us, who have different ideologies than us, is not manhood at all to me. I think what's weak in our community and what women stop having respect for men is because they see men think that you got to rule because you're more physically stronger than them. So yes, we have different ideologies. I do believe the black family should be led by men, but it has to be led by men and not males. Just your physical anatomy does not make you a man. Because you could put your hands or physically do something to me doesn't make that you're stronger than me or you have some level of hierarchy over than me. When you want to be a man, lead with your mind. Right? Because if you look at the strongest people in the world, Hitler was 5'3", he led with his mind. If you look at people who had people that followed them, they led with their mind. So I understand that the strongest tool on a man is his mind. This ideology that you have, the world is rejected. So you can keep on going with it if you want to, but the majority of the world is rejected. If we want to talk about building up black families, we have.
Right. So right there, he said this ideology that Marquette, the world's rejected it, meaning men patriarchy. All right. So he keeps going back to men. We need to lead with our minds because he keeps inferring that Marquette or somebody, men want to beat up women. Listen clearly. So this is his talking points. Women are in danger from men. We're beating up the women, right? And so the welfare is good for them because they can get their own money and be independent. And women are smarter. That's what he said throughout it. We'll do that another time. They're smarter. They basically, it should be a matriarchy, right? And then his other talking point is, we should stay out of the other community's business, right? Let them do. They ain't messing with him, so let them do. All right. So I had to point that out because now y'all know really most of the talking points because it keeps going. That's the two talking points. So y'all, every time he says something about abuse and hitting, he's talking about men abusing women, right? All right. And he said that's the number one. This is what he said. I'm verbatim on this. That's the number one crime in the black community is domestic violence. That's what he said. Not shooting one another. He said the number one. So they was going back and forth with that. We'll do that video another time. All right, let's continue. Tonight, we're going to get to the Farrakhan, right?
Understand that the strongest tool on a man is his mind. This ideology that you have, the world is rejected. So you can keep on going with it if you want to, but the majority of the world is rejected. If we want to talk about building up black families, we have to build black unities in respect and in partnership. And identifying the strength in women, finding you a partner who is equally yoked with you. When you find a woman that you can look in her eyes and she sees the strength in you, you know, the movie I like 300, right? I like 300 because that man used to go to he was the king, but he looked at his wife and everybody knows who he was the strongest person there. But he looked at her and she gave him the head nod and he respected her and she respected him and she was willing to die for him. So this is what a family unit looks like to me. I don't know what y'all look. I don't want to be in no family where it's just a business and you doing what the fuck excuse my language. I apologize. You weren't supposed to coach. I apologize.
Again, I want everyone to note that Mysonne again has suggested that I've promoted laying your hands on women. I've never done that my entire life. And I also, you're interrupting me at this time, sir, if I might complete a sentence. I've never done that in my entire life. I've never promoted it. I've had no experience with that. And this is how we know for sure that you're representing the white woman liberal ideology, because the main thing that you hear them talking is this, right? Because may I complete a sentence?
I know for everybody, the fact that he mentioned the movie 300, I wasn't going to say nothing, but you already said in the chat. Those were the Spartans with the kilt. They was Booty and Diddy, and it was they were lovers. I wasn't even gonna say it, but y'all mentioned it, so let's continue. All right. So from this point on, he starts to get emotional, my son. All right. Let's continue.
Ideology, because the main thing that you hear them talking is this, right? Liberal promoted it. And I also, you're interrupting me at this time, sir, if I might complete a sentence. I've never done that in my entire life. I've never promoted it. I've had no experience with that. And this is how we know for sure that you're representing the white woman liberal ideology, because the main thing that you hear them talking is this, right? Because may I complete a sentence?
We said about respect, right? So stop equating me with anything that has to do with a white woman. All right. So just
it's their ideology. You see, it's their ideology.
I would take a liberal ideology, but don't equate nothing that.
No, they're the ones. We're in a matriarchy.
Once again, I've explained to you that I've never been around white women, so I don't have a white woman.
You don't have to. Even if you're around black women, you're still around liberal white woman ideology. That's what you're not catching up with. Black women today are the result of liberal.
My mother hated all.
All right. Now, one thing that Marquette should be doing better is not just because it could offend some of the black women who are not following that mindset. He should have said generally the black woman of today, because that's the feminist mindset from the 60s and stuff with all that liberal stuff, right? Now, but he keeps saying black woman, so that could be offensive, because if some black women are like, no, I'm not, right? But so he should have been did a little better with his tongue to say majority or generally the black woman of today, or generally the black man of today, right? Because I could say generally the black men of today are really effeminate like Mysonne, but that's not all. But if I just said black women, all black men are just effeminate today, that's going to offend me, because I know I'm not, right? And some of my other brothers and sisters, brothers are not. All right. So anyway, let's continue. I just said that because he's not going to do that, so it could trigger some of the sisters. So just keep in mind that he's really talking about generally for the, right? And I'm not for it against, I'm just here as like a mediator, right? As a, arbitrator is a better word. All right, let's continue.
Black women, even if you're around black women, you're still around liberal white woman ideology. That's what you're not catching up with. Black women today are the result of liberal.
My mother hated all.
You keep on speaking while I'm talking.
Because what you're doing,
I didn't interrupt you like this.
But you're not interrupting me.
I didn't interrupt you like this.
You're saying things that we already started.
I didn't interrupt you like this. You were positioning me as a woman beater, and I didn't even interrupt you.
You said something.
You positioned me like I'm Ike Turner, and I let you keep going.
I didn't say you. I said the ideology I didn't say that you ever put your hands on a woman.
I never said that's my ideology. So you have to calm down and remember the fact that I had the floor. So you don't interrupt me and then start asking me questions while I'm talking. So first you interrupted. You said you were clarifying something, and then you went. I've not tried to disrespect you. I've not tried to disrespect you.
Know that it was disrespectful. So
no,
now,
you're letting me know that you're offended by it, and that's fine. Sometimes we'll get offended. I'm offended by the fact that you are suggesting that I promote the idea of laying a hand on a woman when I've never done anything of the sort. Oppositely, I recommend people to leave the woman if it ever comes to anything like that. So yeah, I find that offensive, but not so offensive that I become emotional like a woman and then start interrupting. There have been times that you were talking and I said, may I ask you this?
see what I mean? You're going back to the same thing. And this is what I'm saying.
Why do you keep interrupting?
Because you're saying I'm being emotional like a woman. And I'm telling you, I'm explaining to you this. So that because we can stop the conversation. If you don't think that you can move forward without comparing me to a woman, then we can stop.
No, I'm telling you that we're all in a matriarchy right now. We're in a matriarchy, which is a female-led society. And in a female-led society, women control the culture and the ideology. And what I'm expressing to you is that I believe you are victim of that ideology and that the ideas you're sharing with me reek of that ideology. And I'll give you an example of what I mean. The male versus the female, we have a different nature. For example, females tend to be ones who want to bring people together. They're more accepting and they're all about equality. Conversely, the quintessential male personality and psyche is more about hierarchy and inequality and establishing dominance.
Well, who said that?
This is psychology. We can read all of the basics in psychology. There are traits that are typical of the human female and the human male. Now you ask, why am I suggesting that you have feminist mentality? It's because earlier you went out of your way to describe, I know so many women are strong and, my grandmother was stronger than so-and-so. And the guy from 300, King Leonidas, couldn't make a call without looking at his wife. And you've gone to great lengths to explain that the woman has to lead at some point. And what I'm telling you is the good news for you is that what you believe in is dominant right now. It's dominating right now throughout the Western civilization. And that is why Western civilization is in decline. So I'm going to get back to my earlier points before I was interrupted. We just disagree and we're pulling apart our ideas. And again, I truly believe that we are in a matriarchy and the ideas that you're sharing are liberal white woman ideas. And I'll justify it right now. And it's not to put you down. It's just to explain that that's where your ideas come from, as do the ideas of most black women. Here's the examples. Liberal white woman. If I asked a liberal white woman, now, unlike you, I've been around a lot of liberal white women. I graduated from the University of California, Berkeley. It was filled with them. They nasty too. But anyways, if you said liberal white woman, are you for Barack Obama or against Barack Obama? They'd be like, I'm for him. Okay, boom, that's liberal white woman. Liberal white woman, are you for the independent woman or are you against the independent woman? She'd be like, I'm for the independent woman. That's liberal white one. You also said live and let live with regards to the LGBTQ. I'd say liberal white woman, are you for the live and let live? Or do you believe that there should be order, rules? She'd say, no, live and let live. Okay, that's liberal white woman. You also talked about female empowerment, namely the woman getting independent of the man using SNAP as instrumentality for such. Liberal white woman, do you agree that the woman should be able to get independent of the man and use SNAP benefits to get out from under him? Yes, she'd say yes. All of the things that, and then liberal white woman, do you use the term partner? Or do you think that that term destroys the foundations of natural relations, such as the term boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife? Do you use partner instead? She said, yes, I use partner instead. Those are all liberal white woman things that came from the liberal white woman thought factory and that are now coming out of your mouth. And one thing I know for damn sure, and I ain't even got to ask you the question to this because I know the answer. You wouldn't have talked like this 15 years ago, 20 years ago. This is all new language. And
whoa, I gotta stop you. I know I let it rock. Shout out to the other brother, Smack Your Mama. See, you just had to give me a little time, Smack Your Mama. We gonna play the thing. I just had to bring context. I don't like when people interrupt so much. Listen clearly. He said, you see a Shamaria? Yo, he said, I'm gonna tell you one thing for sure. 15 years ago, you would not have been talking all that, this my partner, calling your girlfriend your partner. You would not be saying all these liberal these talking points you talking. Oh, that was a fact. You heard? All right, let's continue. Oh yeah, it gets crazy from here. That's why I said I had to chop out a lot, okay, to put this together because it was a 2-hour something thing. And we'll do the other part on another video, another live stream. Let's continue.
Things that came from the liberal white woman thought factory and that are now coming out of your mouth. And one thing I know for damn sure, and I ain't even got to ask you the question to this because I know the answer. You wouldn't have talked like this 15 years ago, 20 years ago. This is all new language. And damn sure, being a black man from the real part of New York, you wouldn't have talked like this. And for damn sure, in our culture, in black culture, before we were victim of whites tearing it out of us and forcing into us what they want us to believe, liberal whites. There's no way in hell if I said, are you against, are you neutral, or are you an ally of the Skittle Guzzlers? You would have did any tap dancing. You'd be like, hell nah. Why? Because that's what your mother believed. That's what your father believed. That's what your grandparents believed. And that's what we all believe until that was torn out of us. That is not natural to the black people. That is liberal white woman ideology. And I know it because I've lived in Baltimore. I've lived in Chicago. I've lived in Los Angeles. I've lived in San Francisco. I know the souls of black folks, and that is not us. That is liberal white woman written all over it. And so all the things that I named, 5 separate points that you espouse that a liberal white woman would agree with 100%. That's why I say that's where your ideology comes from. I yield the floor.
My ideology.
And I yield the floor. Shout out to Saudi Tate. Shout out to Bilal over on Facebook. Oh, yeah. Oh, it gets worse. Y'all ain't heard nothing. Oh, it gets worse. Come on, Jacob Castro. All right, let's go. Let's continue. Now, my son's going to respond. All right, let's go.
Ideology comes from. I yield the floor.
My ideology comes from lived experience. I'll be 50 years.
Sisters, could y'all write that down? I'm doing the experiment. He just said, my ideology, he stumbled with his word, comes from lived experience. Write that down for me, please, sisters, because I'm going to call y'all back. We in class. Everybody listen clearly. And sometimes when you're in the middle of a discussion like this, a debate, you can't catch the things. I'm usually good at catching it, but sometimes when it gets real adversarial, I can miss certain things. So Marquette, because he's getting triggered, which rightfully so, because if y'all understood how this was going, he's going to miss a lot of these contradictions that Mysonne say, right? And I'm good at that. I would have caught him in a minute, right? For probably 90% of them. So watch this, guys. All right? Write that one down. His ideology, what did he say?
I yield the floor.
My ideology comes from lived experience.
His ideology comes from his lived experiences. All right, let's continue.
I'll be 50 years old on May 16th, right? And I pretty much traveled all over the world. I've been in every scenario that you can name. I've been in prison. I've been in college. I've been in the hood. I've been in the White House. I've been in every boardroom.
Damn, you been in the White House?
Yeah, I've been.
Would you mind telling us about that?
Well, I didn't go to the White House. They locked me out. I was invited to the White House, but they wouldn't let me because of.
Bingo. Now, again, we rightly shout out. Marquette is knocking stuff out the park, but none of us are perfect, and I don't agree with all his. I do not agree with all his stuff, right? Either. Do you see how excited Marquette got when he said he was in the White House? This is what, if I could tell young Marquette something, it would be, brother, as you are building this legion of men, which he's building, right? Because I know what his channel is about, right? I would say to him as an elder, don't be so excited about the powers that be. Like, oh, you went to the White House? Oh, I respect that. Or this person got this amount of money or stature. Oh, I respect that. No, I don't. That is a huge red flag to me. Yes, that's real dangerous. That's what happens when the so-called black men start to rise in prominence. You can see in some of them, they still have this, they look up to these people that are in these so-called high places. The devil's a lie. I could care less. I'll smack you right on, and I won't do it no more. I'm just speaking the way I used to, right? This how I would smack you right on back down. I don't give a crap who you are. That position and money and power, ain't no surface. You don't super. I'm Bilal. I'll follow you on respect. I don't care what you got. If you work as a maintenance man, a janitor, or if you work as you in the highest official of a corporation or government, it's your respect. It's how you carry yourself. Are you moral? Are you respectful to me? Is where I can, respect you. Not from no position. Thank you, Zion. I turned it down. Now you're gonna see how he lights up, and this is how they end up selling us out later. Let me explain. From all the good talking points that Marquette is doing, right? And I hope one day he can see this. Now, I'm just, as an elder, as all the good talking points, once I see that red flag, you know what that shows me? That shows me that it repeats something in my memory, that if you were to be elevated to a position, then your ideology could change, because you'll be so impressed by the people in these higher positions that later you would change some of the things. Okay? All right. So anyway, I want to point that out. All right? Now, let's go back. Watch how excited he get about. Now, I want to point out another thing. I wonder who caught it. There was another thing that was said about the White House. Who caught it? Let me see. Y'all got to be sure. Who caught that? Let me see if somebody write it really quick. All right? It's all right. I other people. Yep. First he said, hold on, Hakyama. I want it clearer than that. I want to see who caught it. He lied. He lied. He said, there it goes, Salty Tate. He told him that he had been to the, let me put it on the screen. He told him that he had been to the White House, right? He didn't expect Marquette to be so excited and say something about it. And once he did, Marquette stopped him and said, oh, you've been to the White House, so impressed. He said, oh, no, they didn't let me in. So you never been to the White House then. Do y'all get it? See, this that forked tongue, that snake tongue, you got to watch out for people, right? When they have an agenda. So he was saying that to impress. I've been to the White House. I've been here. Oh, you been to the White House? Nah, they didn't let me in. Do y'all understand, God? Do you hear? That's like me saying, yo, y'all, I'm on here. I'm like, yo, y'all, I've been to the White House. And then y'all like, hold up, you been to the White House? Nah, they ain't let me. Well, then I've been to the White House too. Because they ain't let me in either. So we all been to the White House, and that's the doggone case. You understand? I've been to the Palace of Versailles too. If you want to say that, okay? So right there, you're a serpent tongue. I ain't about to listen. Now I'm watching you. You right? I'm watching you anyway. But right there, I just see you'll say anything to make yourself appear more powerful or important. Do you understand? He been to the White House. Oh, so Marquette was so excited. What happened? Oh, they ain't let me in. That's crazy, right, Yashia? All right, let's continue. So I'm gonna call this stuff out because he does it a lot through this. All right? That's why I told y'all to write down point number 1. Oh, come on, Brother Leonard. We going somewhere. Let's go.
I'll be 50 years old on May 16th, right? And I pretty much traveled all over the world. I've been in every scenario that you can name. I've been in prison. I've been in college. I've been in the hood. I've been in the White House. I've been in every boardroom.
Damn, you been in the White House?
Yeah, I've been.
Would you mind telling us about that?
Well, I didn't go to the White House. They blocked me out. I was invited to the White House, but they wouldn't let me.
That's actually really funny, Swift. See, now don't it hit different? He said, you've been to the White House? No, actually, I haven't been to the White House. They ain't let me in. So, bro, see, I would have stopped it right there. I would say, so, bro, what are you bro? What are you doing, bro? We're not going to do this right here. You live with the people. All right, let's continue.
I've been in every boardroom.
Damn, you been in the White House?
Yeah, I've been.
Would you mind telling us about that?
Well, I didn't go to the White House. They blocked me out. I was invited to the White House, but they wouldn't let me because of
I ain't even got an invite, bro. They ain't even invited me. You heard me?
I got invites off the list because of the work that we doing in the community for anti-violence. We actually.
Well, you better than me because they damn sure ain't invited me. I don't think I'm gonna get an invite, but I just want to give you your respect on that because it's very prestigious. Carry on.
Yes.
Do y'all see that? Now y'all see what I'm talking about with Marquette? See, guys, this is where you got to watch with these leaders.
That's why we vote these people, these politicians, Jesse Jackson, Howard Washington. We vote people in, and they tell us all this stuff. But then you see how he said that's very prestigious. Why? Because I could get. I'm sorry. See, I'm cut from a different cloth. If you told me you've been to the White House, the first thing I'm gonna say, you mean you was in the White House? Now listen clearly. I don't vote either, but this is what But even when we listen, Saudi, even when we follow leaders, not voting, even people who try to gather us for a cause, right? They'll start up, but you got to listen to this type of. You got to discern people's spirits, where their what you call desire lies, right? Because all the good talking points sound really good, and he probably doing them. But that red flag, what he just said with the how he's so excited. Let me explain this. If someone told me, one of y'all said, we talking, yeah, I went to the White House, I'm gonna question it, because that's how did you get that? See, that I'm looking at it from a different lens. I'm like, hold on. You mean in the White House? Yeah. Well, how did you get in the White House? Well, I was doing this community thing, and somehow I posted a post, and it got on the news, and they invited me to help out, and this, and then I'm gonna be like, well, what came from it? Because now I'm looking, did you sell out, right? Or did they kick you out after that? You understand? Come on, Swift. I'm not looking to be impressed. I'm like, that's prestigious. That's congratulations. And this I don't care about no prestige. The White House. My ancestors built that thing. It's like, man, ain't nothing but Diddying going on. Ain't nothing but Diddy. The whole world. That's the darkest. Boy, the devil's a lie. All right, let's continue.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, Sakyama.
I just noticed how I don't know his name, the man in the red and the black, was talking about, like, forget the government because they don't even care about us. But he's so impressed with this alleged invitation.
That's why I'm always, come on, Hakim, I'm always tell y'all, you always listen more than you speak. Even when you speaking, you got to learn the gift of discerning. Listen to what people say. And sometimes if you got a bad memory, get you a pen and paper and note down as people talk. I have the gift of a Rolodex memory, right? That's y'all, the Most High, y'all gave me that gift. So most people have a lack of memory, especially our sisters, because all the stuff that they put in the chemtrails and all that stuff, right? So you gotta just get you a little thing and write down as people say, as they talk, because later you'll hear them contradicted, or later you'll see stuff like this. That's how you gotta really discern people talking. All right, let's continue. Prestigious. Let's let me know really where your heart is at. Like, really, now I'm like, okay, you might sell me out for an invitation. You see what I mean? You might sell me out. I don't miss nothing in it. I'll be on it. All right, let's continue.
I've been in every boardroom.
Damn, you been in the White House?
Yeah, I've been.
Would you mind telling us about that?
Well, I didn't go to the White House. They locked me out. I was invited to the White House, but they wouldn't let me because of
I ain't even got an invite, bro. They ain't even invited me. You heard me?
I got invited off the list because of the work that we're doing in the community for anti-violence. We actually.
Well, you better than me because they damn sure ain't invited me. I don't think I'm gonna get an invite, but I just want to give you your respect on that because it's very prestigious. Carry on.
Yeah. So I've been pretty much around the world and I've learned, right? So they say as a boy you think as a boy, but as a man you think as a man. So what happened for me is that I started to learn different things, right? So I grew up of, like you said, in the communities where we thought certain things, where we outcasted the gay person, we outcasted the people that weren't like us. We felt like we were dominant over women, right? And then I started to watch women make decisions that made more sense than the men that were supposed to be in control.
Now I want to point this out, right? Now he goes to start putting his donations on the screen. But can y'all see all of Mysonne talking points is actually against men? He says, I grew up I'm gonna play it back. I grew up in where we us such and such community, right? And then we beat our woman and I'm like, bro, what, you hate black men or something? Yo, this is crazy. This is really crazy. All right, so let me continue. Y'all just listen. It gets worse, but wait, it gets worse, right? We about to did he? Did he call Farrakhan zesty? This dude crazy. Let's go.
Gay person. We outcasted the people that weren't like us, where we thought certain things. Where we outcasted the gay person. We outcasted the people that weren't like us. We felt like we were dominant over women, right? And then
So who is he talking about? Y'all get it? We outcasted the community person. We was something about over other people who wasn't like us. I'm like, bro, this crazy. Okay, Mysonne, the Bronx take this L tonight. I know the Bronx like, oh, we ain't taking that L here. It's not part of us.
I started to learn different things, right? So I grew up of, like you said, in the communities where we thought certain things, where we outcasted the gay person. We outcasted the people that weren't like us. We felt like we were dominant over women, right? And then I started to watch women make decisions that made more sense than the men that were supposed to be in control. So understand that I needed a woman who had the intellect and the foresight and the emotional intelligence to tell me that my ego should not supersede my intelligence. So that's what became a partner for me, because she possessed things that I needed for me to be great. And I possessed things that amplified her to grow to where she was.
So now he's explaining why he says his woman is his partner and not his girlfriend or his woman or his wife. Listen clearly. He says, so I needed, she needed to do this and tell me she needed to do this, right? And so I that's my partner. And Marquette's face, like, his face jumped, like, because he keeps saying this partner thing. So Marquette is going to address it, right? And then he wants to get mad because he keeps saying partner, right? I'm like, we ain't never called our woman a partner. Honestly, the partner was just in the business thing. And the only other time that partner came into the hood lingo is when we got, I think that was a California thing. I think we in the West, I might be wrong, learned it from the movies where they say partner. That's when you call your partner. You my partner, right? That meant your homie, right? Not no relationship. We ain't never call our woman our partner. That's the ZESTY thing. They came up with that. So the only time in the hood ever that anything was a partner besides you having a business partner, you understand? That's the only time you said a partner. It's a business relationship, right? Was when we say, yo, partner. I think that was a California thing, right? So anyway, but he ain't saying that. He said, yeah, partner, right? Yeah, you got to spell it P-A-T-N-A or P-O-T-N-A, partner, okay? That's it. We don't do that partner. If someone ever said, this is my partner, I'm like, who? What? I'm like, who? That's gonna immediately turn my head. I'm like, that's your partner. If it's a dude, I'm like, business partner, right? But if nowadays I know what that means. Okay. So anyway, let's continue.
Emotional intelligence to tell me that my ego should not supersede my intelligence. So that's what became a part more sense than the men that were supposed to be in control. So understand that I needed a woman who had the intellect and the foresight and the emotional intelligence to tell me that my ego should not supersede my intelligence. So that's what became a partner for me, because she possessed things that I needed for me to be great. And I possessed things that amplified her to grow to where she was. So it was a partnership. It was no hierarchy for me. So those are things that I learned. I also learned being around gay people. When I was so anti-gay, I never even talked to gay. When you start having conversations with gay people and start understanding they're actually human beings. So when
Paul, I don't mean, we ain't judging. I'm not doing, I'm just this. I mean, I don't, as just a man, I don't talk with it. I'm sorry, y'all. Let me gather it together. Everybody, sisters, because there's a lot of people down low, right? If you want to have a certain sexual lifestyle, that's your right. You got free will. But I don't condone someone having that lifestyle, but acting like they don't, right? He's steady up there talking about he's straight hetero and he like women, all this, but everything that I'm hearing him say is like men don't talk. You will never hear me talk about, well, I had a conversation with the, you know, and I mean, men, we no disrespect, but we don't have conversations with where's he? What are you doing, bro? All right, let me continue. Let's let it play.
Hierarchy for me. So those are things that I learned. I also learned being around gay people. When I was so anti-gay, I never even talked to gay. When you start having conversations with gay people and start understanding that they're actually human beings. So
where were you talking to these people at?
I was in prison with gay people, right? I was in the street with gay people.
But you don't really not supposed to.
Whoa. Elder Tamaya. Marquette said, he said lived experiences is where his ideology come from. He said, Marquette said, hold on, where were you talking with all these gay people? Yaliyat, did he just say I was in prison? Joe, I'm sorry, you know, everybody, that ain't where you to have these it'd be different if he said, you know, I was doing community activism and we doing such and such and we were in the thing at the White House or something, we talking. He said I was in prison having discussions with the community in prison. I'm sorry. All right, let me reel it in, reel it back. Let's go back. Let's continue. I just want to go back. Okay. All right, that's why I said we're going to hear from Hassan, what's his name? I said Hassan. Mysonne's mouth. Okay, let's continue.
You start having...
Remember, he said his ideology come from his lived experience, his experiences.
Conversations with gay people and start understanding that they're actually human beings. Go to where she was. So it was a partnership. It was no hierarchy for me. So those are things that I learned. I also learned being around gay people. When I was so anti-gay, I never even talked to gay. When you start having conversations with gay people and start understanding that they're actually human beings. So
where were you talking to these people at?
I was in prison with gay people, right? I was in the street with gay people.
But you don't really not supposed to hang out with the punks like that. Like, where you
don't
like
have to hang with the punks because most of the punks in jail are more thorough than the dudes that's not.
No, the punks. No, I agree with you on that one. I agree with you on that one. But what I'm asking you is like,
no, I don't agree with that one. What the? Hold on, pause. You're right. Pause. Please pause. Everybody, listen clearly. Don't y'all let nobody tell y'all that. I've heard that narrative before. In the prison population, you don't want to go to prison, young men and women. Listen clearly. You don't want to go to prison, first of all. They are some, what you call, I don't want to get us flagged. They saying it a bunch, that deal with that lifestyle in prison. Some of them can fight or whatever because they men, right? And they're more likely to take your booty too, right? But they are not more thorough than, I can't believe that this man, Swift, this is Mysonne the rapper. When I found this, I said, oh, this is Mysonne coming out party to me. See, I don't know about y'all, but to me, all I hear is a coming out party. You understand? Now listen clearly. This man just said that the most thorough dudes in prison is the alphabets. What? And then Marquette got the nerve to. Now Marquette ain't never been to prison, so I'm gonna give him a little bit of grace. Only reason why I'm gonna give him a little bit of grace because Marquette is speaking from a place of hearing it in the streets. Because I heard that crap before. All right, and I know the elder Tamaya would be like, the devil's a lie. And anybody who ever did anything in jail and prison, anything, we know doggone well that is a lie. You have nothing to do. If you have anything to do with that community in prison, then you are labeled and you are done for. Do you understand? You don't have no conversations. The fact that my son is sitting here talking about he had that is, I'm telling y'all, for any young person, women is a different thing. Y'all jailed. I'm talking about men. All right. Any young man, if you ever be driving and you smoked your weed and you messed around, got a car accident, and now they charge you with some vehicular homicide, and you go into some prison, don't you ever in your life communicate with nobody that's has anything to do with that lifestyle in prison. First of all, you keep yourself quiet, your mouth shut. You don't befriend nobody until you get yourself established and know who's who. And if you find out anybody has something to do with that, you don't got to fight them. You don't got to disrespect them. You just stay away. You have nothing to do with it. You don't have no conversations. The devil's a lie. Yeah, this boy didn't have conversations. He just said his ideology came from his lived experiences. Yeah, and he went out. He went in 1998. I think he'd been out for 10, 15 years. He'd been out a long time. Okay? No. Yeah, you're marked. And you can't get that off your jacket. A jacket, everybody, is your what they call, you know how your reputation. You got a jacket. They call it a card too. They have a physical card too in some prisons where the COs will write stuff, right? But on your jacket, it's written on your reputation, and you can't get it off. It follows you to each prison. You done for. You're gonna have to be unaliving. You're gonna have to be doing everything, and it's never gonna come off. And then it'll go out into the streets. They'll say you in there playing with the other side. All right, let's continue. Wow, my son coming out. And Marquette fooled it. That's why I said, as an elder, I'm like, Marquette, because I don't think Marquette rocks with that. He never been to prison, okay? So he's like, yeah, I agree with that. No, you don't. Somebody don't agree with that. I'll pop them right in his little bald head, right? I'm like, don't agree with that. What are you doing? He probably be like, oh, what do you mean? That ain't true. Don't listen to these people telling y'all this little urban legend that the most thorough dudes in prison is the ones for the other team. Nah. They got some dudes in there that are fighting killers that fought for the other team, but that ain't thorough. Let's continue.
Are more thorough than they're actually human beings. So
when are you talking to these people?
So those are things that I learned. I also learned being around gay people. When I was so anti-gay, I never even talked to gay. When you start having conversations with gay people and start understanding that they're actually human beings. So
where were you talking to these people at?
I was in prison with gay people, right? I was in the street with gay people.
But you don't really not supposed to hang out with the punks like that. Like, where you
don't
like,
have to hang with the punks because most of the punks in jail are more thorough than the dudes that's not.
No, the punks. No, I agree with you on that one. I agree with you on that one. But what I'm asking you is like,
I'm explaining it to you. So when you in the yard and you watch somebody come up and disrespect the punk, and the punk punch him in his face and beat him up like a man and have a conversation, you like, oh, this. And you having a conversation, you're like, yo, listen, bro, I didn't choose how I am.
Yo, Swift, I know you can't believe it. For anybody who know my size around, he just said, he said, you in the yard, right? That's population. You're walking around in the yard, right? A lot of stuff go down in the yard, prison house. He was in the big house because he was charged with armed robbery, and he says he was innocent. He maintained his innocence the whole time. He went in at like 19 or whatever, right? And he was a rapper. He was signed to Def Jam. So he was already had a little bit of popularity. So he said, when you in the yard and you see some dude run up on I need a word to call. Y'all give me a word. I don't want to say the Omo word. The Zesties. All right, I'm gonna just use Zesties. All right, let me write it down so I don't forget. So y'all know what I'm saying when I say that, right? Because we don't want to get flagged. So he said, you seen the dude run up on the Zesty dude, right? And the Zesty dude knock him out and everything, right? He said, and then when you have a conversation, why are you having a conversation with the Zesty dude who knocked out the other dude who was trying to be Zesty phobic, right? Because I understand you have people like that, right? I ain't condoning violence against nobody. You understand? I don't agree. I don't condone, agree with it. None of that. To me, it's an abomination. That's just what I believe. But you got the right to do what you want. Just keep it away from me. I ain't going to talk to you. I don't want nothing to do with it. You ain't got to have nothing to do with me. Right? All right? But I don't condone it at all. So when he asked him that, I would have said I'm against. Because I am against it. Because my manuscript, my Most High, my Creator is against it. I ain't saying that we'll do what you want. Do what thy wilt is the whole of the law in this dark second world. You heard? Come on, Swift, you know what I'm talking about. All right, so let's continue. So this dude said he started having conversations with the dude, with the zesty dude that knocked out whatever the dude. Okay, so let's see where this goes. This is getting crazy. That's what it's tea time, boy. This is some tea tonight. Let's go. Mysonne is out the closet to me. Mysonne out the closet. I don't know about everybody else. Let's continue.
Or more thorough than the dudes that's not.
No, the punks. No, I agree with you on that one. I agree with you on that one. But what I'm asking you is like,
I'm explaining to you. So when you in the yard and you watch somebody come up and disrespect the punk, and the punk punch him in his face and beat him up like a man and have a conversation, you like, oh, this, and you now you having a conversation. You're like, yo, listen, bro, I didn't choose how I am. This is who I am. If I could like women, I would love to like women. I just don't like women. The same way that you feel about a woman, I feel about a man. And just imagine if they made a law right now.
Whoa. He had the conversation. Now, in prison, they called them punks. This is terms back in the days. I don't know what they call them now. This community, this just prison. They called them punks. Well, in New York State prison system. And they called them chumps. That's for people who don't know the lingo of the prison system. They used to call them chumps and punks. And you had nothing to do with them in the New York State prison system. In other places, they might have called them something else, right? This community. Okay. So he said, okay, let's continue. I'm just giving y'all lingo so y'all can follow along.
And now you having a conversation. You're like, yo, listen, bro, I didn't choose how I am. This is who I am. If I could like women, I would love to like women. I just don't like women. The same way that you feel about a woman, I feel about a man. And
now he's actually, what he's doing, he's actually now putting one, if he had a conversation with a zesty in there, and the zesty dude said what he just said, I wish I could like women. I was born. That, you can't generalize that across the whole community. Because, oh, no, there's zesty. I know, God, this crazy, Lenny. There's them in there who taking it, who knocking people out, who jumping, gang raping and stuff to take it. They ain't talking about some, he said the other one, remember he said, and they crying, saying, if I can change this, I can come. You can't generalize. You stupid. This dude crazy. This is insanity, bro. All right, let's continue. I cannot believe this.
Conversation, you like, oh, this, and now you having a conversation. You're like, yo, listen, bro, I didn't choose how I am. This is who I am. If I could like women, I would love to like women. I just don't like women. The same way that you feel about a woman, I feel about a man. And just imagine if they made a law right now that said that you can't be a heterosexual man, and every heterosexual man gonna die. It's gonna stop you from wanting to have sex with a woman? Is it gonna change anything about
Are you asking me rhetorically, or would you like me to answer the question?
I want you to answer that question. And I want you to go into, I just want you to answer that question.
I will answer that.
Honestly, I would have said, bro, Hebrew Jamaican Coolie, I would have said, bro, I'm a little uncomfortable how much we talking about this. Do y'all understand that? For sisters, your man, they shouldn't talk about it like this much. At some point, as just a heterosexual man, it gets uncomfortable, right? We like, yo, bro, like, let's change this. Like, bro, this is, I don't know what's good. I'm good. I'm out of here. You know, I would leave. That's me. I'm like, you know what, bro? Well, it was good, Mysonne. You know, it was good to kick it, chop it up with you, but I'm out. You know what I mean? I'm out. I'm walking out of there like, oh my goodness, head blown emoji. Like y'all should say, what just happened here? Okay, yeah, the punk whisperer. That's why I'm like, what, this the zesty whisperer. I'm like, this man is crazy. I've never seen such a thing. Right? Who's ever seen such a thing? All right, let's continue. It gets worse. Yo, Bilal, it gets worse. That's crazy. I'm like, it can't get no worse, right? I know y'all like, oh, this can't get no worse. Oh yeah. But wait, it gets worse. Let's continue.
Anything about
are you asking me rhetorically?
And every heterosexual man gonna die. It's gonna stop you from wanting to have sex with a woman? Is it gonna change anything about
Are you asking me
I'm just
rhetorically?
asking law right now that said that you can't be a heterosexual man, and every heterosexual man gonna die. It's gonna stop you from wanting to have sex with a woman? Is it gonna change anything about
Are you asking me rhetorically, or would you like me to answer the question?
I want you to answer that question. And I want you to go into, I just want you to answer that question.
I will answer that question. I will go straight to jail because I was born heterosexual. Conversely,
and that's it.
Homosexuals are not born gay.
But see,
there's a study from the Johns Hopkins University says that there's no genetic evidence. So they're lying.
Okay, so if that's what they're lying, but I know people who have committed suicide because they was gay. So
that's because they were mentally ill.
Okay, so whatever.
They're mentally ill.
So they're born mentally, whatever it is. If you're born mentally ill, then you're born gay. If you're born mentally ill,
No, they're not born mentally ill. I didn't say that.
Okay, so what I'm trying to explain to you, this is me and you are having a conversation from a perspective that neither one of us can speak about, because neither one of us.
No, I can't speak about it because the data.
Because
the data indicates that there's no genetics, meaning they weren't born that way.
They had data.
They're 3 times more likely that they were abused as a minor sexually.
They had
That's
data.
what the data says. Why don't you respect the data?
It's not that I don't respect the data. I just don't all the way respect the data, because there was data that said that our brains were smaller than everybody. The data proves that, because Freshmen have the largest brains on earth.
Yes, I agree. Most data is skewed towards an agenda, right? So you got to rightly discern data. I agree with that. But he's capping hard for this. I'm like, bro, you were really capping. I don't know, but let's continue.
In Africa.
So but
they were abused as a minor sexually.
They had
That's
data.
what the data says. Why don't you respect the data?
It's not that I don't respect the data, but I just don't all the way respect the data, because there was data that said that our brains were smaller than everybody. The data proves that, because Freshmen have the largest brains on earth in Southern Africa. So, but they said that data said that we were naturally inferior to everybody. We didn't have the intelligence everybody. They had data to prove it. They had data throughout for history. They had data that proved that we were 3/5 of a man. So I'm just trying to tell you,
they didn't have data to prove we were 3/5 of a man. But why defend the Skittle guzzlers? Like, this is against our. This is against our population growing.
All I want you to understand is I'm not gay, and you're not gay.
Wait,
so
you've never had any sexual experience contact with a male?
Never ever in my life. So what I'm trying to explain to you is,
okay, then why are you defending it so hard?
Because what I'm trying to explain.
Facts. I do not believe you. I do not believe that. You need more people, bro. I'm sorry. You cannot piss on my leg with that one. Okay, but he's correct. Well, then why are you defending this so hard? Like, come on, bro. All right, let's continue.
Understand this. I'm not gay, and you're not gay.
Wait,
so
you've never had any sexual experience contact with a male?
Never ever in my life. So what I'm trying to explain to you is,
okay, then why are you defending it so hard?
Because what I'm trying to explain to you is that when you are humanitarian and you understand that each human has his own individual, right? I'm standing on my individual. I want everyone to be the full version of them. And if 2 men love each other, that's their thing. I don't care about what that man wants to do with his penis. I love women. There's nothing that I could ever see that would make me attracted to a man ever in my life. So there's no reason.
What about, is there something that your son could see? Like your 2-year-old son could see that might influence him in an unfortunate way? You feel okay if your 2-year-old son is seeing this?
I don't feel okay. That's why I'm raising my son.
Yes, Larry, a lot of y'all was speaking too fast, but it's okay. That's why I try to tell y'all always at the beginning, slow down. Give me time, because I don't give out my fruit, right? To make it entertaining for y'all, I don't let y'all know. You get it? It's like watching a movie, somebody giving you the spoiler alerts. So y'all will come in and y'all make all these judgments. I'll be like, slow down, guys, right? I'll be like, because you're going to look crazy later. But it is what it is. It makes it really entertaining, right? So that's why I do that, right? And that's also why I bring context and everything, right? So then, and I'll never allow it to come out what it's about, all right? Praise the Most High. All right, let's continue.
Is there something that your son could?
Because everybody, she said, maybe I spoke too soon when I came in asking for protection for him, because we didn't even get to the Farrakhan yet, right? Right? Okay. So everybody, hold on. I know Bilal wait for this Farrakhan stuff.
There's nothing that I could ever see that would make me attracted to a man ever in my life. So there's no reason.
What about, is there something that your son could see? Like your 2-year-old son could see that might influence him in an unfortunate way? You feel okay if your 2-year-old son is seeing this?
I don't feel okay. That's why I'm raising my son. I don't have a 2-year-old son. I have a 11-year-old son, a 14-year-old son,
I understand
and a 27-year-old son. And I've raised my son as men, right? So that's not a thing that I'm worried about, because I've raised them in the tradition of manhood. And if for some reason that's not what they grow up to be, then that's what they've done. It's not my situation.
Everybody, I want y'all to remember at the beginning when he did his intro, he said he runs a program called Raising Kings. Y'all listen clearly. So he's got some community where he's around all these little boys. I would not trust him. See, this is why we need covering. This is why you got to have discernment of these individuals. I don't think he should be having nothing to do with no raising kings. Now, raising queens, maybe, I don't know. I would know. I don't want him around no women, no nothing. But y'all know what I mean by the other queens, right? That part, raising ZESTYs or whatever. You can do that, okay? Because you a pro-staunch, right? You the Mahatma Gandhi of that. I mean, I ain't never seen nobody promote that much. But yes, at the beginning, he said he has a raising kings. Not cool. All right, let's continue.
And if for some reason that's not what they grow up to be, then that's what the 27-year-old son. And I've raised my son as men, right? So that's not a thing that I'm worried about, because I've raised them in the tradition of manhood. And if for some reason that's not what they grow up to be, then that's what they've done. It's not my situation. I'm still a heterosexual man and gonna always be.
I'm just tripping.
So you're tripping because there's.
I'm tripping because you said you were like indifferent, but you're really an ally. Like you're a promoter of that stuff. That's crazy. Like you're going hard for them right now. Like that hurts me.
So
that hurts me.
You giving me the thing is that you had a conversation, right? And you made all of these things, and you said, you're saying this because of this, and you're doing white women, and I'm explaining to you why I don't have any white woman ideology. I'm explaining to you why I have lived life experience, right? And when you have lived life experience and you have conversations you're around people of different ethnicities, different sexualities, and you actually listen and you learn because you're intellectual and you actually want to learn from somebody, then you learn something different. I don't have to agree with someone's lifestyle for that to be their lifestyle. And that's
all this, guys, y'all listen to, I'm just for the men. I can't speak for women. Sisters, brother, listen to men that speak like this, right? He keeps saying I have lived life experience. And when you're around the experience and other experience with people of other sexualities and other this, I don't have those lived life experiences. And I've been living long. I'm older than him, a lot, all right? He's a young boy to me, my son, both of them, they're young to me. And all these years on this earth, I got plenty life experiences, right? But I ain't got none of those where I got all these conversations with other sexual things and it changes from my live life experiences. But let's continue. And they said that shaped this ideology. Remember that, right? Remember I made y'all write that down.
Different sexualities, and you actually listen and you learn because you're intellectual and you actually live life experience, and you have conversations you're around people of different ethnicities, different sexualities, and you actually listen and you learn because you're intellectual and you actually want to learn from somebody, then you learn something different. I don't have to agree with someone's lifestyle for that to be their lifestyle. And that's the conclusion I came to. I came to the conclusion that me agreeing with your lifestyle does not make it not your lifestyle. It doesn't change who you are. So that's what I came to the conclusion as. I'm a heterosexual man. I surround myself with heterosexual men. I'm in the circumference of heterosexual men. I'm raising my.
Anaya, he's 49 years old. So he's not a youngster. When I say he's younger than me, I'm an elder, right? I'm a real elder. So he's not young. He's not that young generation. Don't put him on us. No, he's 49. Right? He's about to be 50 years old. All right. Let's continue.
Children in transition That's what I came to the conclusion as. I'm a heterosexual man. I surround myself with heterosexual men. I'm in the circumference of heterosexual men. I'm raising my children in the tradition of heterosexual men. I have 3 sons, and I'm raising them to be heterosexual men. But I cannot tell somebody else what to be with their life. So when you have this conversation saying, well, you wouldn't have said this 20 or 30 years ago. No, because I didn't have the lived experience, and I was only going off somebody else. Listen. I was going off somebody else's perspective, right? And most people's perspective, and the people I was going on their perspective never left the Bronx. They never was in proximity of anybody else outside. They never even had a conversation with a gay person. So they didn't have an understanding.
That's probably better for them.
I mean, maybe it is. If that's your perspective. Cool. You don't want to me personally, I want to learn from everything. I want to understand. I want to listen to you. I want you to
No. Everybody, don't eat that. That's what people do. I want to learn from everything. No. Less is more. That's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. I don't want to eat from everybody's table. I don't want to learn from everything. No. If you got this community going on, you doing some Canaanite stuff, and you are, passing the babies into the vine. I ain't trying to learn the stuff that, no. If anything, I want to learn to stay away from you. I want to learn, right, to go, no. He's talking about learn, when he say lived experience, and he wants to, right, the assimilation. He want to have a world soup where everybody just in the big soup together. You understand? No.
I mean, maybe it is if that's the person. So they didn't have an understanding.
That's probably better for them.
I mean, maybe it is if that's your conversation with a gay person. So they didn't have an understanding. And most people's perspective, and the people I was going on their perspective, never left the Bronx. They never was in proximity of anybody else outside. They never even had a conversation with a gay person.
So you see, Marquette not doing really good. I would have said, hold on, my son. So you tell me there was no gay people in the Bronx? In the 80s, in the 90s, he 80s too, 80s and 90s when we was growing up. So you're saying because nobody left the Bronx, they never had no experience with gay people. There was no gay people in the Bronx. Come on, bro, who you talking to? This is where you stop them in the conversation. So Marquette is doing a very bad job at that. And I guess because, he's dealing with his chat and dealing with his donations, and he's, missing a lot of the stuff that he's saying, right? And just letting it be said. All right, let's continue.
And the people I was going on their perspective never left the Bronx. They never was in proximity of anybody else outside. They never even had a conversation with a gay person. So they didn't have an understanding.
That's probably better for them.
I mean, maybe it is if that's your perspective. Cool. You don't want to me personally, I want to learn from everything. I want to understand. I want to listen to you. I want you to give me your perspectives, because if I have your perspective, then I can give an educated prognosis of what actually I'm dealing with. If you feel like you don't want to do it, it's cool. I don't have to, but I understand the reality that we're dealing with. So what I'm saying is my ideology and the things that I believe are off my own lived experience. Nobody has ever taught me. I don't have no white woman.
He said it again. Y'all write that one down. My ideology and the things that I believe are from my lived experience. All right? That's number 2. Write that one down again. All right. And I want to say he's lying, because in the 70s, 80s, 90s, all that, in the Bronx, in Brooklyn, in New York, whatever, most of us had some gay people in our family, right? Or in your neighborhood, or in your school. So he's lying, talking about because you didn't leave the Bronx, you never had no conversation with the devil's a lie. All this lying is crazy. But anyway, let's continue.
Things that I believe are off my own lived experience. Nobody has ever taught me. I don't have no white woman. None of the women, men, no woman in my house even liked white women. My grandmother hated white women. My mother hated white women. Are off my own educated prognosis of what actually I'm dealing with. If you feel like you don't want to do it, it's cool. I don't have to, but I understand the reality that we're dealing with. So what I'm saying is my ideology and the things that I believe are off my own lived experience. Nobody has ever taught me. I don't have no white woman. None of the women, men, no woman in my house even liked white women. My grandmother hated white women. My mother hated white women. So they didn't share the ideology of the white woman. They were anti everything. So when you come with that, it's so confusing to me, and I take it as a form of disrespect to me, because there's nothing in close proximity to me that even equates to white women liberal. There's nothing in close proximity. I've learned, right? I'm probably one of the most educated people in my family because I've learned and I've experienced things that the average person did. And we'd have different ideologies today. Me and my brothers may have a different opinion about certain things, but my opinion is based off my own personal experience. So please stop equating any opinion that I have or thought process I have with anything that has to do with a white liberal woman. Because once again, I don't have anything to do with a white liberal woman, and it's disrespectful.
I understand why there is confusion, because what I'm saying is novel. It's an idea that very few people have heard. I say that Black women are liberal white women, and there are many other demographics that are liberal white women. And when I say this, is
stop saying that in general, Marquette. Oh my goodness, I could pop this little boy in his head. You can't say Black woman or the method, the what you call that, the indoctrination or the mind frame that they're trying to implant into Black women and the whole Black woman of the community. They're trying to implant that liberal white woman stuff from the 60s into that, and a lot of the Black women are taking the bag. They're following the indoctrination. You just stop generalizing, bro. It's just horrible. It's bad scholarship, Marquette. Bad scholarship.
liberal white women, and there are many other demographics that are liberal white women. Women are liberal white women. It's an idea that very few people have heard. I say that Black women are liberal white women, and there are many other demographics that are liberal white women. And when I say this, it's the first time people have heard it, so I have to unpack it. And so I get that it's just shocking because it's the first time you've heard it. But what you describe as your education and your experience is often, it's not education, it's indoctrination. And so when you leave your community, your village, your tribe, your culture, and then sometimes you move up a little bit socioeconomically, the whites start to groom you into different ways of thinking and being, the liberal whites, because they're the ones who want to go in your midst. Conservative whites are outright racist. Many of them, they don't even want to be around you, but the liberal whites will get around you, and then they'll try to turn you from a Black person into a liberal white woman, and it happened without you even knowing. For example, I think it's peculiar that we have such little respect for ourselves that we think when we leave from around where we grew up, from the Bronx, from Los Angeles, from Compton, from Chicago, and we get around all these liberal white folks, now we figured out the world. Now we can see, now we understand. No. Now you've been exposed to great levels of filth and indecency and degeneracy. So
you've been exposed to different cultures.
What I would like to say, as one who has been exposed to many cultures, inside, and I didn't talk while you were talking again, sir. I did not talk while you were talking, sir. I understand what you're saying, and I have the good fortune that I too have been around many cultures. I filled up 4 passport books. I've been to more countries than anyone I know, and maybe more than most of the people you know, including the politicians. And I probably know a lot of the politicians that you know. You know, I know your mayor, Bloomberg, who was mayor for some time, billionaire. I know a lot of the folks you know, ones who have run for president and failed. That's how I know they're wicked. So when we talk about going around the world and getting cultured, well, let me talk about the world. If you travel through the 54 countries of Africa, that's a hell of a lot of countries. You could fit America, the continent, North America. You could fit Europe and China in the continent of Africa. That's a lot of countries. And overwhelmingly, they say that to live that lifestyle is filthy and unacceptable. You go through the Middle East, which is rising up rapidly, UAE and Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Saudi Arabia and Qatar and Oman. They all agree that kind of behavior is destructive for the public morality. You go to Singapore, The architect of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew, says, oh, this doesn't seem like a good idea. He's a pretty smart guy. You go to China, they have entire policies against what they call the lady boys, the effeminate males, and they try to push off the culture that has been popularized by those South Korean pop singer bands where the guys look like girls. And that all started with an Asian immigrant in America who was very wealthy and used to fund these people and make them look like females or children, young boys, because he was a pederast. Huh?
Come on, Marquette. Let's go, drop it, Marquette.
Now, here's the funny thing. There's only one place you can go on the planet Earth. There's only one group of countries you can go to on the planet Earth. Where they tell you that a man laying with a man, oh, let it go. Woman laying with a woman, live and let live. That would be Western Europe, not even Eastern Europe, Western Europe, where the people are loose and slack and sick. They're perverts. That's a Western European sickness that you have caught as a Black African or as a Black human. That's not our culture.
Wait. Let's go.
That's not the culture of the red man. That's not the culture of the Arab. That's not the culture of the Black. That's the culture of the liberal Western white person. Again, you're interrupting me. I didn't interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. This is time number 5. And I always warn the audience when that truth start getting out, that's when they start interrupting.
Because once again, you're telling me what I've been infected with.
I know what you've been infected with because what you tried to say, one second, what you tried to say is that once one gets experience and they get exposed to different peoples and different cultures, then all of a sudden they think that it's okay for a man to go up another man's backside. As long as it's not bothering anybody. And I just told you that I've been to more countries than I can name. I've lived in foreign countries. I've opened businesses in foreign countries. I have more experience than most of the politicians you probably are getting paid by. Woo! I know the world.
Let's go, Marquette. He said you probably getting paid by. Oh, let's go. Hold on. I told you it's going to get funky in a minute. That's why at the beginning I said, y'all be easy. Y'all like, they talking over each other. I'm like, chill out. Y'all got to remember what do. Chill out. Let it play. Let's go. Listen clearly.
Told you that I've been to more countries than I can name. I've lived in foreign countries. I've opened businesses in foreign countries. I have more experience than most of the politicians you probably are getting paid by. I know the world. No one can lie to me about this world. I've been through it. So with that being the case, it's not experience that opens you up to filth. Now, here's my problem with what you said earlier. This is why it's so problematic. When you try to tell me accept what they say and accept what they do, because like you, they were born this way. And then I tell you, I have a master's degree from the Johns Hopkins University, which is the foremost institution in medicine and science on the whole planet Earth. And Johns Hopkins put out a study that is peer reviewed, and it points out 2 major findings. Number 1, there is no gay gene whatsoever. So it's not genetic. They weren't born that way. And then number 2, it says that the overwhelming majority of these people have been abused as minors sexually. 3 times the rate. And in addition, you had mentioned one of them offing themselves. I think it's tragic. It's utterly tragic. But the reason that they take their lives is because they're mentally unwell. The worst thing you can do with someone who is sick is pretend as though they're not sick. Then the sickness eats them till there's nothing left. So what I propose to do is stop lying to them and telling them that they're okay and that it's normal. Tell them the truth. Tell them that they're sick and see if we can find a solution so they don't continue hurting them.
So we can help them. Come on, Marquette. So we can help them come out of the sickness. Stop telling them that that's okay and condoning it. Oh, my goodness. Let's go.
It's pretend as though they're not sick. Then the sickness eats them till there's nothing left. So what I propose to do is stop lying to them and telling them that they're okay and that it's normal. Tell them the truth. Tell them that they're sick and see if we can find a solution so they don't continue hurting themselves. Marquette, what's the data on that? Yet another study from Johns Hopkins. And there's anecdotal stuff too. But check this out. The data indicates that those who are post-op, those who say that they're transgender, born in the wrong body. I always felt this way my whole life since I was a kid, born in the wrong body. After they get the surgery to mutilate their bodies, you have a higher rate of them taking their life. Now, why do you have that? because now they're in the correct body. The reason you have that is because in their sick mind, they thought that once they cut off their manhood, they feel like a woman. But there's still thousands of genes that say you are not a woman. But most importantly, there's still some trouble in their mind. There's turmoil in their mind that will not be healed by mutilating your own body. And that's why they still take themselves out. And the data indicates that it's a mental health issue. And they're not born mentally ill. Many of them, it's environment, it's reaction to trauma, inability to get over it. Okay. So that's why I address it, because it is a great sickness that is spreading through the land like a pestilence. And that's all I have to say about the Skittle Guzzlers. We don't have to get into it. I'm responding to you because you went pretty hard about them. And now I just gave my response to the Skittle Guzzlers, and we don't have to talk anymore about the Skittle Guzzlers.
To you. So first of all, we never even had a conversation about trans, because I understand trans, so I can't even give you that, right? I want to ask you this. Have you ever seen a homosexual person stop being homosexual?
And he's still going about it. I'm like, Marquette just said, we can stop the conversation. Now, everybody listen clearly. The conversation was about SNAP benefits. Oh, it's not over. Don't worry. We're about to get to the Farrakhan, right? It's like, listen, let's stop this. Let's get back to the SNAP benefits with the black people, what it was supposed to be about. And he goes right back and asks him another question about it.
First of all, we never even had a conversation about trans, because I understand trans, so I can't even give you that, right? I want to ask you this. Have you ever seen a homosexual person stop being homosexual? We've been having this conversation with people saying we don't need this from the government. And all the time, none of those people who have said it have done anything to do it. And when they do,
no, that's not true. You ever heard of the Nation of Islam? You ever heard of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad?
All right. So I cut it because we're going to do that other part another time about the women. So all that, we're going to do another live with all that. So I cut it, right? Because this was 2 hours. Like I prayed most, there's a lot of work of cutting this and chopping it to get all the fruit. I cut out all the fluff, right? Well, about another topic. Now, so what I just cut now, I just cut to the part now, he said, because they start talking about the SNAP benefits, welfare for the black people again. And my son said, there's been no, you're welcome, Saudi Tate. My son said, there's been no, no black people has ever did anything to help us, right? He says, we need welfare. Welfare was good for the black community. Marquette said it broke up the black family. My son said, no, it didn't. We needed it. It empowered the black woman, and she got a job, and she raised the kids, and she did this, and the black man is weak, and he went to jail, and he became a drug addict, and he's emotional, and the black man is all this stuff, right? So he said there was all black men talking, because Marquette said, well, I'm trying to empower black men. I'm trying to empower the black community to not want to have to depend on the government welfare, because they're not going to give us what they think. They ain't going to give us reparation. They're not going to give. So we got to make our own, right? And then my son said, he said, I'm paraphrasing. He said, I'm giving you the context of what's coming in the clip, in the cut. So my son said, they ain't been, he said, I'm tired of hearing that. All I've heard is all of our generations growing up is black people saying they'll do something, they won't do nothing, and without getting help from the government. They don't do nothing without government handout. And so Marquez said, yes, it is. Have you ever heard of the Nation of Islam? This is how we get into Farrakhan. All right, now let me put it back. Now y'all have y'all context. All right? Shout out to the other brother, Smack Your Mama. That's why I do this, Smack Your Mama. All right? So hopefully you now have a little more respect for me and the channel and understand I don't just babble and all that. It's a structure. I'm very strategic. I put in a lot of work for these cuts and edits and all. It's very much hours and hours of work. All right?
I never even had a conversation about trans, because I understand trans, so I can't even give you that, right?
Yes, it was started to support the white women when they went to military, right? Went to war. I think it was World War II or World War I. right? But then what the system found out, because when the white men came back from the war, they women's got all the jobs in the factories, and they realized it divided the white man and woman. That ain't what they did it for, wanted. But then again, the serpent, they realized, because they always look for devices to destroy the black community, always since slavery, right? Jim Crow and all of it. So what they did was they realized, okay, so this could destroy the family. So let's get the black woman on it. And let's make a policy that says we'll give you the food, we'll give you Medicare, we'll give you money for training, we'll give you money to pay for your apartment, we'll give you all of this stuff. Then you could go out and get a job. We'll give you the jobs, we'll pay for the schooling, and then we'll pay the daycare for the schools, but you can't have a black man in the house. But they didn't tell the white family that same thing. It was, remember, I did the lesson on this channel with a social worker from the 60s said it. He said, our policy, we didn't have to tell the white community that they had to make the man leave the house. And that's where the destruction, it broke the family up. And it actually empowered the black woman, but it broke the family. Do you understand? That's where you get the movie Claudine and all that. I experienced it, we know. And it's funny, but you're gonna see the next time. My son said his grandfather, I think he said his grandfather or his father had to leave the house when the welfare people came in. And Marquez said, okay, then. So why? He said, but it built up my mother. My grandma made her independent and this crazy. But we're gonna do that video another time. All right. So I had to cut it. Tonight is about the Farrakhan and basically my son coming out the closet. Right. So I didn't title it none of that because then y'all would have knew what it was about. All right. All right, let's go. Let's continue now. Good word, Bilal. I had to break that down about the welfare system. All right.
More about the Skittle guzzlers.
To you. So first of all
right. So my question, I don't want to speak no more about the zesty Skittle guzzlers, or whatever they call it, right?
We never even had a conversation about trans because I understand trans, so I can't even give you that, right? I want to ask you this. Have you ever seen a homosexual person stop being homosexual? We've been having this conversation with people saying we don't need this from the government. And all the time, none of those people who have said it have done anything to do it. And when they do,
no, that's not true. You ever heard of the Nation of Islam? You ever heard of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad?
Yes.
They did great things. They had farmland. They had stores. In fact, New York was a major epicenter for this thing. And they did extremely well.
I love the Nation of Islam. I've been raised underneath the honorable minister, so I know what's going on within the nation.
But if you were raised under the brother Minister Louis Farrakhan, you would know that the Skittle guzzling is a vile abomination, and you wouldn't tap dance when I ask you, are you indifferent, against it, or an ally? The brother Minister Louis Farrakhan would condemn something like that. Am I wrong?
You're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. I've heard it myself in Mosque Mariam in Chicago.
When the last time you heard the minister speak? When is the last time you have heard a conversation?
It's been years.
Okay, so you don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, I do, because it's enshrined in a book by the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad called Message to the Black Man.
What I'm explaining to you is that I've sat in hundreds of the ministers speaking, and the last time the minister spoke about the homosexuality, he made it clear that he has nothing against him. He understands him. He got him in his family. He's saying that we just live a different way, and we understand. We're not anti-them. We're not trying to kill them. We're not doing all that.
I'm not trying to do that either. That's crazy.
So that's what I'm trying
to say. That's mentally ill as well.
So when you're having this conversation saying he despised, that's none of that language that you're using does the minister use.
Where can I want to pull up a video on that one. Can I pull up a video on that one? I want to, because I don't believe you. I'm not gonna lie to you.
This Scooby-Doo moment here, huh? I'm like, first of all, be careful. Keep other people's name out your mouth. Right? Bro, you speaking way too much on Farrakhan, and you speaking talking about he's condoning, right? All right, so let's see. So Marquette is like, okay, you're gonna show me what you're talking about, bro.
I want to pull up a video on that one. Can I pull up a video on that one? I want to, because I don't believe you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't believe that.
Okay, pull it up.
I'm asking you, can you tell me like what I should search to find such a video? Because I don't believe that.
Okay, so you look at it. All you gotta do is look for it. He spoke on it. It's online.
Okay, I'm just gonna.
All you gotta do is look for it. Farrakhan spoke on it. It's online. All right, so he should be able to find it for us.
Just do a simple YouTube search, and I want everyone to watch this so no one thinks that I'm trying to like cook the results or anything like that. So I'm just going to type in Minister Farrakhan, and I'm going to just type in the word homosexual or homosexuality maybe. Okay. And then I'm going to click the share screen. Okay. So here we go. And so all I typed in was Minister Farrakhan homosexuality.
Those are old. And once again, I told you. Okay.
I'm just explaining to everyone what I did, so it doesn't seem as though I'm trying to like create a particular perspective. So I'm going to do two things, if you don't mind. He's old right here, and he's young.
Marquette, be quiet. He's trying to play the video. I want to hear it.
Right here. So I'm just going to click this one, and we'll listen, and then I'll click this one. So
right,
here.
So hopefully Marquette give him a time to play his video, because Marquette just typed in the Farrakhan videos, and he's going to play. But what Marquette should, he calls him Marquette. I'm going to say it correct, because he act like he get mad. People call him Marquette. I'm from the hood. I've been called you Marquette and pop you in what? No disrespect. If you're a man of respect, I'll try to Marquette. Okay. I'll try to remember the quet. Okay. Right? We don't care. They used to call me Rayshawn, right? Rashawn, right? I don't be like, it's Rashawn. You know what I mean? Right? People kill me with that, right? That's what I meant. That stuff is kind of feminine. It's more quet. You got to say quet. Hey, bro, I don't fight. I don't condone violence, but it's just a men thing. Y'all know men, we men, rah, 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 right? Right? But I'm like, bro, I ain't gonna call you nothing then, right? So I never had that problem. People call me Rashawn, right? I'll be like, no, it's not Rashawn. That would just be my name, right? All right. Now, my name is Uncle Yahya Shah now. But anyway, let's continue.
Here's a young Minister Farrakhan, and here's an old Minister Farrakhan. Do you mind if we just listen to each of them briefly?
Okay.
Okay. Very good. And in the audience, if you can confirm, were you able to hear him?
So Marquette should have actually let him find the video, because he said that he's putting words in Minister Farrakhan's mouth. So what Marquette should have did was say, I need you to find the clip. Not you finding the clip, Marquette. He's saying that Farrakhan said it. He needs to prove it. You can't say that somebody says something. I need a receipt. I need to prove it. Just like this video, I'm proving what I put in the title, what was said. All right? Let's continue.
I'll click this one. So here's a young Minister Farrakhan, and here's an old Minister Farrakhan. Do you mind if we just listen to each of them briefly?
Okay.
Okay. Very good. And in the audience, if you can confirm, were you able to hear him?
By nature is inclined to.
Can you hear him?
Yes, I am fine.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the volume's good. Okay, fantastic.
Man by nature is inclined to and leans toward the female. And the female by nature leans toward the male. Now we want to know whence came this deviation.
Hello.
Listen very carefully.
I'm listening.
The Bible says he changed the truth of God into a lie. And when you pervert the truth of God and make it a lie, then what follows from that is a system of perversion, a system of deviation. We didn't learn this freakish behavior in Africa. You cannot find brothers in Africa walking around with broken wrists.
I said that earlier.
You don't find women in Africa running with women. We learned that behavior.
From who?
In our sojourn in America.
That part.
So since we learned this behavior, we can unlearn this.
Okay, so I'm gonna cut that because I think we get the gist of that one. And I'm as
I wouldn't let that play. I'm like, let him speak. He said we need to unlearn this behavior. They kill me the way they talk, right? And when we learn this behavior, we need to unlearn this behavior, right? Can the people say amen? Right? All right, anyway, let's continue. All right, I wanted to let that play. All right, let's go.
We can unlearn.
Okay, so I'm gonna cut that because I think we get the gist of that one. And I'm, as promised, I'm gonna go back. So that was young Farrakhan. Here's old Farrakhan. So I'm just got that right there. And it says the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan on Black homosexuality. and then I'm just gonna click play here.
I love you as a brother. I love you as a sister. But the love of the same sex for one another that's rooted in righteousness is wonderful. But when we take it to the extreme, which Satan has caused us to do now, we have gone to the extreme under the tutelage of a real satanic mind.
Okay. So I'm now going to stop that one because we've heard enough. And I'm just going to repeat for everybody who didn't get it. When he was young, he said, this is not of us. This is wicked. Then I just play one when he's clearly old. He says, if you do that, you're under a satanic mind.
That's not what he said at first. So you ignored what he said?
What?
So you ignored what he said at the beginning?
What?
So did you
What?
You ignored what he said, bro. See, this one, I'm not.
Wait, hold on. I'm with Marquette. I'm gonna boy your name Marquette today, little beetlehead. I ain't about to be sitting up here correcting myself. I'm with Marquette today. Jacob Cat, what? What do you mean? What did we not hear what he said at the beginning? Well, okay, Leonard, what? All right, let's go. Let's display.
Oh, wait.
I'm just asking you, did you ignore?
Did you understand what he was saying? He said the natural love that we have for the same gender in a righteous way, meaning like, I have love for you as my fellow man.
Yeah, I got love for my brothers. Yeah, I got love for my sisters. I tell everybody here, I love y'all. Love the Most High. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. That don't mean booty love. That ain't Gideon. What part? This dude, Mysonne is out the closet. Okay, yeah, yo, sorry, it's a little bit more. It's a lot more than selective hearing. This is a genderized. You heard? He's been tenderized. His biscuit has been buttered. Yo, he said he learned it. Leonard, he said he learned it when he was in prison. Y'all better go back to the beginning of the clips. Now, everybody listen. He said he got a program for making these young dudes into kings. I think somebody need to be on the phone call with somebody. Y'all need to watch this. This dude need to be on somebody's list. You heard? This part. This need to be on somebody's list. You heard? Now he heard it. He got an agenda this is called the manipulation. This is how they do indoctrination, guys. He ain't stupid. He not stupid at all. He know what he's doing. It's actually intentional. You understand? It's the mind manipulation. This is called deceit and deception. And that's how Satan's one of his greatest weapons is deceit. Okay? Let's continue. Yeah, it's biscuits and buttered and tenderoni. Let's go back.
Did you ignore?
Did you understand what he was saying? He said the natural love that we have for the same gender in a righteous way, meaning like I have love for you as my fellow man. No. He says that is appropriate, but when you take it beyond that, meaning inappropriate, homosexual, now you have a satanic mind. That's what he said.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Wow. I want you to explain briefly, and I'm gonna replay it, and you can re-explain it. Just tell me.
I've been there.
I was about to say, Marquette. I would have said, explain what you think he said. I want to hear your viewpoint. Now let me put it back. I'm gonna let it play. I'm not gonna talk. I'm sorry. I'm gonna let it play.
Inappropriate, homosexual. Now you have a satanic mind. That's what he said.
No, sir.
Wow. I want you to explain briefly, and I'm gonna replay it, and you can re-explain it. Just tell
I've been there. I've been in the mosque, bro. You can't tell me.
I've been in the mosque.
I've been in these recent conversations. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the recent conversations that he has had.
No. Tell me what he just said just now, because I was listening. I'm gonna play it again, because like you're playing game.
Honor y'all, everybody, listen clearly. I want y'all to. I'm gonna teach y'all something. He didn't misunderstand. I'm trying to teach y'all the devices of the serpent. It's called the forked tongue. This is called deception. This is part of the ruse. When they act like they don't know what they're doing. So you can think he misunderstood. He did not misunderstand. Mysonne is not stupid. He's a very good rapper. He's deceit. This is the serpent. So I need to teach y'all that. It's strategic, exactly. He did not misunderstand. He's doing it because the people who are going to watch it, these children, it's to make the children and some of the women think, oh, he just didn't understand. He just didn't. No, it's all strategic. This is spiritual warfare. This is mind game practices, linguistic. He understood exactly what Farrakhan meant. He's acting like he don't. Yes, this is sorcery. Good word. Pharmakeia, indoctrination. Yes, because everyone we all have different intelligent quotients, IQs. Do you understand? Yes, it's an Esau thing. So it's yeah, that's definitely Esau. It's so I don't want y'all to be rused by that, right? All right, let's continue. Because remember, he's on the platform for the views, because he knows it's a new audience. Let me explain. He's introduced, that's why at the beginning of the show, he introduced himself to Marquette's audience. This is the programming of these celebrated entities who sold their soul to the system, right? So he's pushing the matriarchal agenda, and we need to depend on the government. And Barack Obama was for us and the people, and the Diddy culture, right? So as much as I'm about to show you, come on, I'm about to show you, what Marquette missed, I don't miss. Watch, I'm gonna show y'all in a second. It's coming up.
James, like, that's crazy. Like, tell me what he just said just now. I want you to explain briefly, and I'm gonna replay it, and then you can re-explain it. Just tell
I've been there. I've been in the mosque, bro. You can't tell me.
I've been in the mosque.
I've been in these recent conversations. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the recent conversations that he has had.
No. Tell me what he just said just now, because I was listening. I'm gonna play it again, because like you're playing games. Like, that's crazy. Like, I'm gonna play this again. Tell me what the brother is saying, because you're trying to reinterpret, and that's what liberals do. They lie.
I love you as a brother.
I love you as a brother. So that means not romantic.
I love you as a sister.
Not romantic.
But the love of the same sex for one another that's rooted in righteousness is wonderful.
In righteousness.
What does that mean?
I want you to explain that, because I've been feeling like you're misunderstanding.
No,
what does that mean?
Because I'm trying to tell you. He said,
what does that mean?
He's saying that he understands that that's their reality. It's rooted in righteousness.
No, use the words he used and then explain it to me.
See, guys, don't fall for that. He's intentionally doing that. And Marquette falling for it to me, I think you misunderstand. I wouldn't have fell for it. That's why I'm so shadow banned. I would have said, oh no, I would have said, my son, oh, here we go. Now exposing time. You are the most wicked serpent I ever seen with this forked tongue. Oh, you really, you superseded how dark I even thought you might have been through this conversation tonight. Because you ain't about to sit up there and tell me you don't understand exactly what he said. You understand? You know what he said, but you won't let it come out your mouth because you are 10 toes down in the agenda. So I'm giving you good dark work. You do the puppet master hand in your back. They watching everything on this platform, and you ain't selling out that bag one bit. Oh no, yeah. I would have said his handlers. That would have been handlers. I would have talked right to the camera. Oh, your boy is doing his thing. Your boy is not playing. No matter what I say, no matter how I catch him, he is not giving in. You heard? He might have gave in that jail cell, what happened to him or whatever, but he ain't giving in to righteousness. You heard? He ain't giving in to righteousness at all. He ain't giving righteousness not one bit of wiggle room. All right, let's continue.
I'm trying to tell you. He said,
what does that mean?
He's saying that he understands that that's their reality. It's rooted in righteousness.
No, use the words he used and then explain it to me.
Let me play the one that I know.
No, don't play the one you know. We had the brother on screen. I'm asking you, explain based on what he just said. Why are you running? Wait, my son, like we just played the brother Minister Louis Farrakhan in his own words. Why are you running?
No, Marquette, let him play the one he wants to play. See, Marquette is dropping the ball again. No. I want to hear. You gotta, I would have, play. Show me your clip. Let me play it on the screen. I want to hear the one that you're saying that you might have Farrakhan saying he condones it. I need to hear that. So let's see what happened. Marquette, you dropping the ball again.
Wait, my son, like we just played the brother Minister Louis Farrakhan in his own words. Why are you running? I'm just saying, why not just explain to me what he just said? Because I got great English language comprehension.
The prostitute.
Why are you, what are you doing? We didn't agree to that. Like,
I'm trying to hear what he planned. Farrakhan said a prostitute, something.
Why are you?
No, because you're trying, because you're pulling up something that doesn't go.
Wait, hold on. You said I'm pulling up something.
He said something about trans, Farrakhan.
Literally just typed in the query in front of everyone's eyes.
Is sin according to the standard of God.
He said it's sin according to the standards of God. See, Marquette, he's in his emotions now. Now Marquette is letting his emotions supersede his intelligence. You got to let him know. I need you to prove what you're saying. What clip are you playing? I want to hear it. If you found a clip where he was condoning it, I need to hear it. Forget the clips you found, Marquette. He the one said that and look what that clip just played. See? And Marquette did, because he's so emotional right now, he didn't even hear the clip. He's doing too much. Whatever clip my son just found that thought he was going to defend, Farrakhan in the clip said, it's sin, it's Satan. Hold on, let me go back a little. Listen clearly, y'all.
You said I'm pulling up something. I literally just typed in the query in front of everyone's eyes.
Is sin according to the standard of God.
So he talked about the behavior and he said the trans word and he said it's sin according to the laws of God, of the Most High. Literally in this clip. Now let's see what happens, because he's looking for a clip. Let's see if he act like that clip don't exist. Let me see what my son does. And he knows Marquette didn't even catch it.
Something that doesn't.
Yeah, he thought he was going to cook, Leonard. And I would have let him. Go ahead, pull up, because I need to hear it anyway, right? Because if you got a clip where Farrakhan is actually saying, I actually want to hear it, right? So Marquette is he's dropping the ball, he's being emotional. All right, let's continue. Listen.
Wait, hold on. You said I'm pulling up something. I literally just typed in the query in front of everyone's eyes. And I'm just saying, why not just explain based on what he just said? Why are you running? Wait, my son, like we just played the brother Minister Louis Farrakhan in his own words. Why are you running? I'm just saying, why not just explain to me what he just said? Because I got great English language comprehension.
The prostitute.
Why are you, what are you doing? We didn't agree to that. Like, why are you?
No, because you're trying, because you're pulling up something that doesn't go.
Wait, hold on. You said I'm pulling up something. I literally
he said lesbian and transgender. He said a prostitute. And Marquette is scared. He's actually think he's going to find a clip that's going to debunk Marquette. He's emotional, right? He should have shut up and let him play.
We didn't agree to that. Like, why are you?
No, because you're trying, because you're pulling up something that doesn't go.
Wait, hold on. You said I'm pulling up something. I literally just typed in the query in front of everyone's eyes.
Is sin according to the standard of God.
He said it's sin.
People are saying that you're lying on the minister right now.
I'm not lying on the minister.
Well, then why can't we look at what he just said? Why do you have to go like search out something like he just spoke up?
Shut up.
Brother, I'm just trying to tell you this, man, that what the minister has.
He stopped it. See, Marquette just dropped the back. Y'all see that, guys? My son realized the clip he said, Farrakhan spoke out against it in the clip he was trying to use to defend himself. He thought he was going to cook. But Marquette, now he being so emotional, he missed it. He steady talking, and now he actually letting, watch this, he letting my son squiggle out of this room. You actually had him in the corner, and you let him just squiggle out from running your mouth.
Can't we look at what he just said? Why do you have to go like search out something like he just spoke up?
Brother, I'm just trying to tell you this, man, that what the minister has said.
You don't have to tell me that. We just played his face. I'm saying, tell me the minister said this, and these words mean X, Y, and Z. So I'm saying, like, quote him and then explain to me, because I understand English is my first language, and I'm very good with it. I'm telling you. So how did I miss this?
Okay, what I'm explaining to you is that the minister has said this is not our way of life, and we believe that it's against the will of God, but he is not against you, and you are his brother, and you are his son.
Look. Marquez audience, look what it says. The video he's playing goes against his point. And Marquette didn't catch it because he's too busy, you're right, being arrogant. And he was kind of scared. He thought he was, and that's not cool because you need to want to know the truth either way. So let's say if my son could have actually had a clip that he was condoning it, I need to hear it because you're supposed to be about truth, not just your point, talking point or your agenda. And he let my son squiggle right out of that. He turned the video off and just said, listen, he's such and such. Facts.
It's not our way of life. And we believe that it's against the will.
And you're not going to tell me that Farrakhan says something, right? Quote him. And I just got to go off what you say. Listen clearly. Now you don't got a video clip. You don't got an audio tape. So I'm just going to believe that you said you was in the mosque and you heard Farrakhan say that. Sorry, you got to miss me with that. That ain't something you allow nobody to do. Don't let people talk about, say what another person said. If you wasn't there to hear it yourself and you don't got the actual, or he ain't playing you the actual tape of the person and all of that stuff. And even then, and nowadays, they got AI and stuff. So you got to have a whole nother level of discernment. You understand? In your relationship and everything, right? They making it so bad, you ain't going to be able to trust none of that. You're going to have to look past people and look at spirit. You're going to have to look at the fruit of the person and stand on what their fruit was believing, you know, what they showed through their actions. Because you ain't going to be able to believe your eyes and ears later. It's getting there now with AI.
First language, and I'm very good with it.
I'm telling you.
So how did I miss this?
Okay, what I'm explaining to you is that the minister has said this is not our way of life, and we believe that it's against the will of God, but he is not against you, and you are his brother, and you are his sister. And that's what he said. And that is exactly what I was explaining to you. My way of life and your way of life is not the way I live. The way I live is not something that I live for me, but I'm not against you as my brother or sister, and I do not have anything against you because you live outside of the way that I live. And that's what he has said.
I don't believe that. You can't. I'm supposed to believe you, you serpent. I'm sorry. I'm really not. I really don't dislike my son. This is the worst serpent of them all. If my son was playing for the Guzzlers or the Zesties or the Skittles, whatever y'all want to call them, right? If he was playing for that team, then your will, whatever, stay away from the little boys, stay away from the sisters, stay away from the children, stay away. You could do that. But all of this, I love women, I'm hetero, and all. He's straight agenda. This is the destruction of all people right here. Okay? Facts. Yeah, you're right, Leonard. On different levels, you're correct. I agree with that statement. Right? This is the worst. This is the destruction.
For me, but I'm not against you as my brother or sister, and I do not have anything against you because you live outside of the way that I live. And that's what he has said.
He did not. I don't believe
the same thing that I said.
If that's what he was saying, why did you feel the need to not analyze the video that I just played of him speaking out of his own mouth?
Because I've heard the words that he spoke out of his mouth, and I was trying to let you hear the words that I've heard. So that we don't have a miscommunication.
We were just playing his words, so we don't need to go based on your memory. We don't have to go based on my memory.
Brother, you played 30 seconds of a 10-minute conversation, and you said that's all you need to hear.
We can go back and play more of it because I can assure you, I already know how it goes.
Marquette, you did such a foolish thing. He actually grabbed the clip, and he condoned it as well in his clip, but you ain't even hear it.
Okay.
Because the brother Minister Louis Farrakhan has never once said that being a homosexual is okay. He, in fact, just stated that it's satanic. And we honestly don't even have to be on this topic because I said six times.
Said that he said it was okay. I said
six times.
I never said it was okay.
You have represented that it's okay. No, yes, you have. You certainly have. And in fact, we're only talking about skittle guzzling because you have persisted in the conversation.
Bringing that up. I'm not insisting on it. You keep bringing it up.
I said 6 times. We don't have to talk about it. And right after I said that,
bring it up. So how did this come up?
Because when I stated this, I remember it like it was yesterday. You had said something on homosexuality. Then I replied to it. And at the end of my response, I specifically said, and I don't even care about why are you interrupting me?
Because you're making up stories.
Now, Marquette, you're wrong on that one. If I remember correctly, I kind of have a strong Rolodex memory. You brought it up, Marquette, because he kept saying partners. And when he said partners, if I remember correctly, when he said partners, that's when Marquette said, hold up, I got to find out your stance on something. Are you pro, against? That's how it got brought up. Marquette, he just don't remember that. So my son's correct on that one. Marquette brought it up. And ever since you brought it up, though, Marquette, he been just never let it go. You said 6 times correct. Let's change the subject. That's correct. My son, Marquette said that about 6 times. Yo, bro, let's stop. Even in the other clip that we're going to do another time when they're talking about the slap benefits. Because he kept coming back to it, my son. And Marquette said, bro, we could stop talking about this. He kept bringing it up. So my son's correct on that one. All right, let's continue. But yeah, he keeps bringing it up. And Marquette said that 6 times. Bro, we don't need, like, you're doing too much defending this. All right, let's continue.
Yesterday, you had said something on homosexuality. Then I replied to it. And at the end of my response, I specifically said, and I don't even care about why are you interrupting me?
Because you're making up stories. You got on here and said, how do you feel about homosexuality? What do you think this, that, and I explained to you my position and you stayed on it. I never brought up homosexuality.
Okay.
No, what? No, he said you stayed on it. No, my son, you, after he mentioned and questioned you on it, you never stopped bringing it up.
Need for me to bring that up at all.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that.
What do you think this, that, and I explained to you my position and you stayed on it. I never brought up homosexuality.
Okay.
There's no need for me to bring that up at all.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that we have an understanding here. So you're saying your position on homosexuality is the same as the brother Minister Louis Farrakhan. Is that what you're saying?
My position on the homosexuality is that it's not my way of life, but I don't have anything against someone else that does their own way of life.
Okay, you said you have nothing against them. Would you describe their behavior as satanic?
No, I'm not religious. I don't have.
Okay, so I'm just asking you. Would you describe it as satanic? So you can say yes.
I don't have a religion.
Okay, cool. All right. Would you describe their behavior as unnatural?
It's a difference than mine. So if we look at calling to,
you can say yes or no. Just a yes or no would be cool.
It's different than mine.
Yes or no would be fine.
It's different.
And you keep telling me that you're a man, but you can't say yes or no. That's not manly. A man can be black and white. Women live in the gray area.
I don't have to demonize somebody.
They live in the gray area.
It's not a gray area. It's different than mine. I don't have to demonize somebody because they have a different ideology than me. I don't have to do that. I don't have to demonize an individual because we have completely different ideologies.
Marquette, stop with in a way it's kind of women bashing a little bit. Women need to, we all have to fight to stay out of the gray area. That's lukewarm, right? Let your yays be yays and your nays be nays. So for him to emphatically just say all women live in the gray, no. Just like all men don't live in or out of the gray area. The majority of women they react off emotion and less logic, so they need more of a covering, as the men will call them out when they get into their gray area. Yes, but stop. The total generalizing is very detrimental to your stance and your conversation. Everyone, never totally generalize anything. You become a fool because you leave so many areas of holes, of weak points, because you can't just totally generalize anything.
They live in the gray area.
It's not a gray area. It's different than mine. I don't have to demonize somebody because they have a different ideology than me. I don't have to do that. I don't have to demonize the individual because we have completely different ideologies. I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that.
Okay. The problem that we have with our political class is that to get their money from the lobbyists, the people who control them, to get the money from the interest groups, they have to tap dance. They have to lie. They can't say what they really believe. It's easier to be popular.
I don't have any political.
You caught a good one now, y'all. I'm about to catch some other contradictions. You always listen to it. He said he's not, they said demonized, but then he says he's not religious, right? He couldn't say whether it was natural or unnatural. That ain't religious, right? The double talk is insane, but I'm about to catch him. Y'all know Unc. You know we're gonna close this out with a bang. I'm about to catch him. And I got a close out for y'all. Know I got a word coming at the end of this. All right, listen.
Okay, I hear you. It's easier to be popular when you go with the flow, when you go with what's common. It's easy to be popular when you never stand up against anything. It's so easy to say.
I stand up against a lot.
You don't have to interrupt me. It's so easy to say. It's so easy to say, oh yeah, like, you know, I don't judge. That's what the broads like to say. Oh, I don't judge. I'm not judging. Well, they say that because they don't want to be judged, and the reason they don't want to be judged is because they're engaging in filthy behaviors.
There you go again.
So the fact of the matter is that it's upon the man to establish the standard. It's upon the man to identify right and wrong. It's not upon the man to deal in the gray area and say, oh, it's, you know, I'm not here to judge. I don't do that, but it's okay. And then you tried to throw that on the Mr. Louis Farrakhan, and he's never said that. He said it's satanic, and he also said it's unnatural. And we just heard him say it out of his mouth. But conversely, we've not heard him say anything good about it, and we've not heard him say that he condones it.
But he doesn't demonize. He says, I don't demonize you, and I still love you.
He said that it's satanic and unnatural.
I don't demonize you, and I
just played a clip, and he said it's satanic and unnatural.
Did you listen to the full clip, bro?
I just heard him say it's satanic and unnatural.
Okay.
So for you being a person who's not a gay ally, you sure as hell can't just accept where we're at with it and move on. You're really bent. You're bent on the idea that Minister Farrakhan did not condemn them. You're really bent on pushing that.
I'm not bent on anything.
You are bent on that. And here's the crazier thing. This is why that Barack Obama stuff, that liberal white woman ideology, I know has got hold of you, because you have not been so passionate about discussing the black issues as much as the LGBTQ. And that's the same thing we dealt with Barack Obama. Barack Obama was all about the LGBTQ, and he ain't do nothing for black people.
But you're the only one that keep bringing that up. If you
that's you.
When you go back in this conversation, you started off with, what do you think about gays? Then you said the Minister Farrakhan would be answered. We was talking about who built something in America. And you started talking about the Minister Farrakhan, and you said the Minister Farrakhan will be completely against it. You did that.
Yes,
that was your statement. I didn't bring up gays. Once again, you brought up gay. You
did bring up gay language, and that started the conversation. You were saying partner, and that's gay language, my boy. That's gay language.
Who said that? The word
you said partner. You started that way earlier.
Started in the gay? What are you talking about?
Yes. Let me educate you. You asked me a question. I'm answering your question. I'm going to answer your question. You asked me a question. Let me answer it. You said partner started with the gays, and my answer is yes. And here's how. The gays have made every effort to remove gender from relationships. Instead of saying boyfriend or girlfriend, because these people are non-binary, they can't look below the belt and figure out what they are. They have to introduce gender neutral terms in gender neutral bathrooms. So you're not a boyfriend. You're interrupting again. May I answer? May I respond? You asked me a question. May I respond?
What you're saying is not
May I respond? May I respond? And when the truth comes out, they always. So what they do is they use the term partner to remove gender from terms like boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, and wife. Partner is 100% an LGBTQ term that they've pushed out to the masses, just like non-binary. And why do you keep interrupting? Why do you keep having to interrupt? You feel so strongly. You're so emotional about this, but you keep interrupting. You're so emotional about it.
As a girl.
1 second. You're so emotional, you keep interrupting. You're so emotional, you keep interrupting.
I'm asking a question. What if you don't want to refer
But you don't have to interrupt to ask the question.
Or you're a grown man as a boyfriend, and you don't want to, you don't have a wife or a husband, what would you call that?
All right, let me answer him, since Marquette is getting emotional. My son, if I don't want to call, if I'm not married and I'm in a relationship with a woman, that's what we've been did. And I don't want to call my girlfriend because now I'm too old, my girlfriend, then I call her my woman. Hello? Like, hello? Anybody home here? If she ain't my girlfriend, she my woman. Or I might call her wifey. That's what we started later in like I think when we started wifey, maybe the late 90s or early 2000s, where we said, we not married, she not just somebody I'm smashing, she's more than just a girlfriend, I don't want to, because that's young stuff, that's wifey, right, Saudi? Okay? That's wifey. Some others say that's my chick, right? That's my sugar booger. I mean, we never said that's my partner. That's the ZESTY, the Skittles. That's they thing. Yeah, my old lady. That's what the elders used to say, right? Oh, come on, Victorious. Thank you, guys. My queen. That's when we went through the era of the kings and queens, you know? My queen. Oh, the nation of gods on earth call her my earth. As the earth bears life. Or my wisdom. Because man is knowledge, the woman symbolic to wisdom, and the baby symbolic to understanding. So we call it, that's my wisdom. We might call her my shorty. Oh, come on now, y'all. My rib. Now we talking of Safari Yah, what they call the Bible. My other half, my better half. My boo. My boo-boo. My boo. Remember that song? What's that? Alicia Keys and what's her name? My boo. We got plenty. I mean, we got plenty slang terms that we call our chick, our woman, our shorty, you know, our boo-boo thing. You understand? Right? But we ain't never called her my partner. Ever. Come on, Anna, y'all. The old ball and chain. So we got terms even when we ain't in a happy relationship. You understand? The old ball and chain. My boo thing. Come on, Delaware Shaw. We ain't never said my partner at all. Okay? That is not ours. You heard? That is theirs. And it's coined and phrased. And any of y'all want to think I'm lying? Google it. AI even tell you. Just Google who made up the term partner to describe a relationship. It'll tell you. All right? All right, let's continue. Yeah, if before you get married, once you put an engagement ring, she's your fiance. But we ain't never said partner.
Girl,
1 second. You're so emotional, you keep interrupting. You're so emotional, you keep interrupting. You're so emotional about this, but you keep interrupting. BTQ term that they
can help him out. He want to know, well, what will we call what you call your woman? Oh, so you call a partner? Of course you do. Of course you got a partner. All right, let's continue.
Pushed out to the masses, just like non-binary. And why do you keep interrupting? Why do you keep having to interrupt? You feel so strongly. You're so emotional about this, but you keep interrupting. You're so emotional about it.
As a girl.
1 second. You're so emotional, you keep interrupting. You're so emotional, you keep interrupting.
I'm asking a question. What if you don't want to refer
But you don't have to interrupt to ask the question.
Or you're a grown man as a boyfriend, and you don't want to, you don't have a wife or a husband. What would you call that person? What would be
my woman?
I'll give you an example. A lot of guys, especially in the South, you say my old lady. You say my woman. It's been going on for hundreds of years. Okay. The fact that you're playing dumb is very embarrassing because people are watching you and they're like, why is he pretending?
I don't like to use the term woman.
Why is he pretending as though he can't call a woman a woman? You just said using the term woman is a ghetto term. Did you just say that?
No, that's not a professional term. This is my woman.
It is your woman.
That's some ghetto shit.
That's not ghetto. Woman is a word in formal English. It's not slang. This is my woman. That's not ghetto at all.
That's slang.
See, guys, this is not, don't fall for this. This is a serpent. he understand woman is slang. Woman in the English language, there's a woman and a man. Since when that become ghetto and slang, a woman? It became that from that community. Remember the Tangi Jackson? Remember that story? That woman in the black girl in the Congress or wherever she was, and they asked her was she a woman, and she couldn't say it, and they said, "Well, you don't know what you are." Yeah, this serpent work is crazy. This is what they're pushing on the children, and he got a program. Listen, guys, I'm not going to stop it. What? Building, what do you say? Turning young men into kings. He's around young. No. This need to be reported. Farrakhan, listen to this. The Bronx, we take a L in New York with this one. Now y'all see what at the beginning I said the Bronx get one of the biggest L's I think I almost ever seen. And New York, we taking an L with this one. Yeah, Cali giving us an L in this one. All right, I know everybody in New York like, oh, don't put me, I ain't in it either, but you know, this is what we do on this channel, all right? But let's continue. Yeah, he's acting the fool because he's pushing it for them. He's giving them no matter what, he's not going, that's what they do. They're never going to admit the truth, right? It's like catching a liar, catching a person stealing red-handed. Say, I didn't steal it. I didn't steal no matter what. You're like, but I caught you. Oh, no, you didn't. That's what he's doing. And it's intentional, everybody. Intentional. He knows the word woman and man. And Marquette, very sharp, very smart brother, but really not good enough to catch this serpent in all his ways. He's really not sharp enough. He's a very intelligent brother. He got his master's degree from Johns Hopkins and all that stuff. He's a very, very sharp brother. But he's not sharp enough to catch the serpent. See, because this is a higher level of spiritual warfare. He's not equipped for that. Okay, Marquette. He's doing a good job, though. But I would have torn him apart. I would have caught him on everything. He would never been able to wiggle out, right? The serpent. He would never been able to wiggle out of the corner. Come here. I'm catching everything you say. All right, let's continue. And watch this. I'm about to catch him even more. We're going to close this with a crazy mic drop. Watch this. Y'all know, Unc, I don't play. Marquette, take notes, King, so that you can, if you're fighting for righteousness, take notes. You get better. You're very skillful in everything you do. I watched you, but you really, it's higher levels, as you know, right? All right.
That you're playing dumb is very embarrassing because people are watching you and they're like, why is he pretending?
What would be a good?
I'll give you an example. A lot of guys, especially in the South, you say, my old lady. You say, my woman. It's been going on for hundreds of years. Okay. The fact that you're playing dumb is very embarrassing because people are watching you and they're like, why is he pretending?
I don't like to use the term woman.
Why is he pretending as though he can't call a woman a woman? You just said using the term woman is a ghetto term. Did you just say that?
No, that's not a professional term. This is my woman.
It is your woman.
That's some ghetto shit.
That's not ghetto. Woman is a word in formal English. It's not slang. This is my woman. That's not ghetto at all.
That's slang.
No, that's actually not slang. And furthermore,
no, chick is slang. Boo-boo thing is slang. My boo is slang. My honey bunny is slang. You heard? My sugar booger is slang. My old lady is slang. My old woman ain't slang.
Girlfriend is not slang. You can say girlfriend. We've been using that for a long time. You can say it's my wife. You can say it's my old lady.
Any individual. We were talking about.
So you're trying to justify something that is unjust.
Yeah, broad is slang.
Justifiable. Partner came from the LGBTQ. That's full stop. That's a fact.
Okay.
That's a fact. There's no negotiating. It's a fact.
I've never had any conversation inside the LGBTQ area.
I agree with you. I totally believe you. I totally believe you. But that's my point. You're so.
Did anybody catch that? He said sugar booger is a cocktail. They made it a cocktail. Shout out to whoever that is, 2ATL. I'm an elder. So the reason why Sugar Booger became a cocktail, because they take our slang. We used to call that way back in the days before it became a drink. So, you know, they take our slang and they make drinks and stuff. That's how it became a cocktail, the Sugar Booger. Yeah, in the hood, we called it that way back in the days. All right, it was a funny term, right? All right, that's hilarious. All right, so now, did anybody catch what he just said? He said, I've never had a conversation with the community. Listen clearly. Watch this.
You're trying to justify something that is unjustifiable. Partner came from the LGBTQ. That's full stop. That's a fact.
Okay.
That's a fact. There's no negotiating. It's a fact.
I've never had any conversation inside the LGBTQ area.
I agree.
I've never had any conversation inside of the LGBT community. That's what my son said.
I've never had any conversation inside the LGBTQ area.
I agree.
You heard? Now listen to this.
Until I was a grown man, I started having conversations with homosexuals and realizing that the same way that I loved women and the same ideology, some of them was crying because they wish they weren't homosexual. Until I was a
Sorry, here we go. They keep muting my mic. Here we go. Listen again.
I've never had any conversation inside the LGBTQ area.
I agree with.
Until I was a grown man, I started having conversations with homosexuals and realizing that the same way that I love.
You know, Unc, I put in this work. I never had a conversation in the homosexual community. Watch this.
And you having a conversation. You're like, yo, listen, bro. I didn't choose how I am. This is who I am. If I could like women, I would love to like women. I just don't like women. The same way that you.
Hold up. But you never had a conversation.
I've never had any conversation inside the LGBTQ area.
I agree with you.
And you having a conversation. You're like, yo, listen, bro. I didn't choose how I am. This is who I am. If I could like.
You see? Oh, I'm going to catch him. I would have caught him in the middle. Oh, it's more going to be coming out. More of these contradictions. I don't have no conversations with them.
I've never had any conversation inside the LGBTQ area.
I agree with you.
I was so anti-gay, I never even talked to gay. When you start having conversations with gay people and start understanding that they're actually human beings. So
where were you talking to these people at?
Come on, Unc, cook. Cook them, Unc. Oh, I would have did this live. Oh, yeah, my Rolodex memory be sharp. I'm on point. Marquette dropping the ball, it's okay. Sometime when you're having these debates, you can drop. Sometime I drop a little and I watch it back. I'll be like, I could have caught this, but I catch most of it. You heard? One more time.
I've never had any conversation inside the LGBTQ area.
I agree with you.
Marquette, I agree with you. No, you don't. Because he said he had nothing but conversations with
I was so anti-gay, I never even talked to gay. When you start having conversations with gay people and start understanding that they're actually human beings. So
where were you talking to these people at?
Correct. Where were you talking to him at? But then now he talking about he ain't never had no conversations. All right, let's continue. I'm going to catch him again. It's time to catch him. This about to close out. We about to catch him. Listen up. Let's catch him out.
With you, I totally believe you. I totally believe fact.
Okay,
that's a fact. There's no negotiating. It's a fact.
I've never had any conversation inside the LGBTQ area.
I agree with you. I totally believe you. I totally believe you. But that's my point. You're so brainwashed by the liberal white woman that you're speaking like her, and you don't know where the words came from. It's just like when white people start trying to talk in slang, and they don't know, like, oh, this word came from Louisiana. Oh, this word came from the Yay area in San Francisco, but they trying to talk like us, but they don't fully understand the origins because it's not their culture. Similar with you. You're a black man from New York talking like a white woman from Orange County, and you don't realize that word came from the San Francisco LGBTQ mafia. That's what happened.
You're a black man.
I'm the black man.
No, you're a black man.
I'm the black man.
A black man who's talking like he has he has some complex that he has to prove something.
I'm
so he has
the
to
black
yell
man.
or try to sound strong every time.
No, it's because you keep interrupting. Every time I talk about your homosexual buddies, you interrupt.
That's the thing that you keep doing. You keep.
Shout out to A. Villa. He said every time I talk about your zesty buddies, you interrupt. Yo, his comment section be going in, right? Like Leonard, they going in, right? Now listen clearly. Now he's playing that. He's doing so. He's been trained in this, right? This is the art of deflection, mudslinging. They call it in the liberal, what they call it, political arena. Right now he's doing the oh, you're emotional, you getting angry, and you so you see how he calmed his tone, and now he's trying to make him seem like you unhinged and all this stuff, right? Yeah, the angry black man. Now he's playing that card, right?
You keep interrupting. Every time I talk about your homosexual buddies, you interrupt.
That's the thing that you keep doing. You keep trying to sound tough or sound strong.
I'm not trying to sound
every time.
No, it's because you keep interrupting.
You're a black man.
They don't fully understand the origins because it's not their culture. Similar with you. You're a black man from New York talking like a white woman from Orange County, and you don't realize that word came from the San Francisco LGBTQ mafia. That's what happened.
You're a black man.
I'm the black man.
No, you're a black man.
I'm the black man.
A black man who's talking like he has he has some complex that he has to prove something.
I'm the black man.
Or try to sound strong every time.
No, it's because you keep interrupting. Every time I talk about your homosexual buddies, you interrupt.
That's the thing that you keep doing. You keep trying to sound tough or sound strong.
I'm not trying to sound tough because we're not in person. Like I would never try to sound tough. I think you're plenty tough. I don't need to sound tough to you. Like between the two of us, I think we all agree you're tougher. You're tougher. That's what I'm saying. You got that. So why are we trying to sound tough? What are you talking about?
No, Marquette, no, you don't do that. Bro, Marquette, no. You don't tell another man he's tougher than you. Y'all young dudes, listen, Marquette ain't that young. I think he's maybe in his 40s too. No, guys, this is where the elders fought. You don't tell another man he's tougher than you. I don't care if he can beat you, and you might say, some dude might be able to beat me, but I don't say you're tougher than me. You understand? That's saying you're more, that's like lowering your masculinity to another person. You understand? Yes, my son might be able to beat him up because Marquette is a little dude. My son not a little dude, and what they call, allegedly, he got some skills in the streets, right? So Marquette might think he might not be able to beat him physically one-on-one, but you don't tell him he's tougher than you, especially after you just said he's playing for the, right? You don't do that. You know what I mean? Nah, he's talking about fighting. Saudi, I know Marquette. So let me explain a little bit about Marquette. Marquette, he talks a lot of trash. He's a little guy, but he boxes and he does a little karate, and he always he got the Napoleon complex a little bit, right? And so he always talks like he can beat people up. He talks a lot of that, right? So what he's doing is because he has a lot of admiration for Mysonne, and he knows Mysonne's street cred and supposed to being able to fight. So he's like, you tougher than me in the street, right? I probably couldn't handle you. But then later he says something, but I would stick a sword to you or something, right? So yeah, so I know what he's doing. I know he's actually really meaning that, and you don't do that in manhood, no matter what. I'm just trying to teach some of the youth. You don't do that at all. You never say another man is tougher than you. You understand? I don't think I can beat every man, right? It's been when I grew up, it was some individuals that I wouldn't go one-on-one because their skill set might have been a little better than mine, or they were bigger and older. You understand? But I would never say they were tougher than me. You understand? And that's when I would get a knife or a gun or try to avoid the situation altogether. If I can, I try to avoid stuff anyway, because I didn't, I was a closer. I really don't start problems. It was one time that I used to start, right? But come on, Leonard, we elders, you never ever. But yeah, that's the context, Saudi. No. He's actually literally saying, that's why I'm like, Marquette, no. Because he always does that. He's like bravado. That's why he does kind of what you would look like, kind of women bashing. But he just don't like, honestly, he doesn't tolerate the what you call that? The women who say that they're like men and equal and they strong and they can do this and the disobedience and stuff. He's more wants to be patriarchal, right? But then he goes about it to an extreme that can actually lump everybody in one, and that's bad scholarship too, right? All right. So anyway, all right. So now, all right. Now, y'all, I'm about to catch him on the crazy closeout right now, but it's okay. I know you'll watch the replay. All right, here we go. Yeah.
Why you're trying to be aggressive or trying to diminish?
I'm not trying to sound tough because we're not.
Every time
no, it's because
you're a black man.
I'm the black man.
No, you're a black man.
I'm the black man.
A black man who's talking like he has he has some complex that he has to prove something.
I'm the black man.
Or try to sound strong every time.
No, it's because you keep interrupting. Every time I talk about your homosexual buddies, you interrupt.
That's the thing that you keep doing. You keep trying to sound tough or sound strong.
I'm not trying to sound tough because we're not in person. Like I would never try to sound tough. I think you're plenty tough. I don't need to sound tough to you. Like between the two of us, I think we all agree you're tougher. You're tougher. That's what I'm saying. You got that. So why are we trying to sound tough? What are you talking about?
I don't know why you're trying to be aggressive or trying to diminish something.
No, we're not being aggressive. I just don't condone your ideology.
But it's not about ideology. I don't have an ideology. And you keep trying to put an ideology.
Did y'all hear that? For everybody who did the classroom experiment, all the sisters, could y'all write what y'all wrote down for number one? What was number one that y'all wrote down? Somebody write it. I'm gonna play it again. Unc, I don't play no games. He said, there you go, Hakyama. Put it on the screen, Hakyama. Put it on the screen. My ideology comes from lived experiences. All right? What was number two? Somebody write the number two one that he wrote. And Hakyama, put it on the screen. The other one, my ideology comes from lived experiences. And then he did a number two, because y'all wrote down two of them. And I think, so it was probably said the same way in just a different way. All right, Brother Leonard, you know I don't play. See, Leonard, Marquette is being emotional right now. Don't do, right? Even when I get passionate, sometimes I try, that's why I say whenever real debates or this heavy discourse, I want to be more calm so I can catch. But I catch stuff. You ain't gonna say stuff like that. Now listen what he just said.
Trying to diminish something.
No, we're not being aggressive. I just don't condone your ideology.
But it's not about ideology. I don't have an ideology, and you keep trying to put an ideology on me. And once again,
you said you don't have an ideology. You just don't know what it is.
Okay,
you don't know what it is.
So Marquette didn't even catch it. He literally said, "I don't have an ideology." Listen, everybody. Unc caught it. Watch this.
But it's not about ideology. I don't have an ideology. But it's not about ideology. I don't have an ideology. But it's not about ideology. I don't have an ideology. But it's not. So yes, we have different ideologies. I do believe the black family should be led by men, but it has to.
I don't have an ideology. Here we go. But yes, we have different ideologies. Oh, let's continue. Let's cook. I'm going to cook them. I ain't even there. I'm going to cook them on the way out as we close out. I'm going to cook them. Let's continue.
But it's not about ideology. I don't have an ideology. But it's not about ideology. I don't have an ideology. But I was talking about just in general, two people have a partnership. Now, that was my ideology. If that's your ideology is different, cool.
That was the other one. I told y'all write them down. That's why I tried to give y'all a classroom experiment. He said, I don't have an ideology. This one, he said, two people partnership. That's the ideology I got. If you got a different, here you go, watch this. Here you go again, listen.
I was talking about just in general, two people have a partnership. Now, that was my ideology. If that's your ideology is different, cool.
Didn't he just say that was my ideology?
But it's not about ideology. I don't have an ideology. But it's not about ideology. I don't have an ideology. But it's not.
Marquette, listen clearly, King. This how you cook. This how you pay attention. This how you discern. You catch this on the spot. I caught all this on the spot. That's why people don't debate me. That's why they shadow ban me. All that. I catch everything on the spot. All right? I don't have an ideology.
But it's not about ideology. I don't have an ideology. Until I was a grown man, I started having conversations with homosexuals and realizing that the same way that I loved women and the same ideology, some of them was crying because they wish they weren't homosexual.
Now, did y'all catch that one? See, I told y'all I'd write a couple down, but Unc got them all. In that clip, he said, listen clearly. Now y'all going to hear it. Y'all listen clearly now. Listen to the clip. He said about, I didn't used to have the conversations, but then when I started to have the conversations with the Skittle community or whatever, he said, then I started to have and he stopped his words. Y'all listen again. He caught himself to say he started to develop their ideology, and he stopped mid-sentence. But Marquette can't catch none of that. Now y'all listen. Listen again. Here it goes. Until I was a grown man, I started having conversations with homosexuals and realizing that the same way that I loved women and the same ideology, some of them was crying because they wish they weren't homosexual. Y'all heard it? He said the same way that I love women and the same ideology. Some of them was crying because they what? I'm gonna play it one more time. First, I'm gonna play this. But it's not about ideology. I don't have an ideology. And until I was a grown man, I started having conversations with homosexuals and realizing that the same way that I loved women and the same ideology, some of them was crying because they wish they weren't homosexual. Until I was. Y'all heard it? The same ideology. Okay? But he don't have an ideology. Hold on, I got another one.
I yield the floor.
My ideology quote comes from lived experience.
I yield the floor.
My ideology quote comes from lived experience.
I yield the floor.
Now, in that one, he just bumbled his words. My ideology come from lived experience. Hello, my son.
But it's not about ideology. I don't have an ideology. But it's not about ideology. I don't have an ideology. But it's not.
I yield the floor.
My ideology quote comes from lived experience.
I yield the floor.
My ideology quote comes from lived experience.
I yield the floor.
Okay, he's a liar. This is called the serpent's tongue. So the other time he said he never had any communication with that community, right? Here.
I've never had any conversation inside the LGBTQ area.
I agree with you.
Until I was a grown man, I started having conversations with homosexuals and realizing that the same way that I loved women and the same ideology.
What I'm doing now, I'm exposing the serpent. This is what Marquette, if you listen, learn Marquette, this is how you handle this. This is why they won't debate me. That's why I'm so shadow banned, because I'm very sharp and I'm a very sharp listener, right? Listen, and then you have to retain what the people say. It used to get me in trouble in my relationships, because no disrespect to our women, but women are more emotional than logic. And so when you have a disagreement, and when a woman will feel cornered in the disagreement, sometime they will stand and they'll say the thing and do that. And I'll be like, that ain't what you said. And they, yes, I did. And I'm like, no, you're not. Now, my Rolodex memory. So what I start to do in my relationships, I would write down what they say as they going. They hated it. Later than that, they don't be writing down. Yeah, I'm writing it down because I'm going to pull it back. Because later, about 2-3 more minutes later in this conversation, you're going to contradict what you just said because you don't remember, because you are mad, you're emotional, you're angry, I should say, right? That could lead to madness, but your anger and you're acting off emotions, but I heard what you said. So, right? So I need a receipt. Then I used to record it on my phone. They really hated that. That's when they would walk away. I'll pull out the phone and be like, okay, we can have this argument, a discussion, but we about to record it. Because I'm logical, guys. Everything that comes out your mouth, your yays should be yays and your nays should be nays. That's why the woman has to be covered. But we understand they are more emotional. And depending on the function of the moon, the currents, the time, or her physical moon, meaning her menstruation, her time of the month, depends on what pendulum she gonna swing in her emotional, right? And real women know what I'm talking about. They be like, yeah, yeah. They don't want to hear when they argue. They don't want. I don't care if I'm right or wrong. I don't care. I'm right. And that's when you get the sentiment like women are always right. The devil's a lie. The devil's a lie. Ain't nobody always right, but the Most High. You heard that part? And then Mashiach was always right because he did the will of the Most High. All right? So anyway, this is the discernment. Now, this serpent is talking about he ain't never.
I've never had any conversation inside the LGBTQ area. I don't. This, and you having a conversation. You're like, yo, listen, bro. I didn't choose how I am. This is who I am. If I could like women, I would.
See, everybody, this is the most dangerous stuff. This is what Marquette missed this all. Y'all know, Uncle, I'm going to wrap it up with the bang. This is how you don't let this serpent tongue. This is what's going through the media. This is what's indoctrination. This is what they do. This is politicians. This is all of it. But if you listen, you can hear the contradictions. You can hear it because all they do is deceit. This is called deception and deceit. And their language and their conversation is full of the deception and deceit. But you have to have the gift of discernment. And in order to do that, you have to listen more than you speak. Even when you speak, and you have to still be focusing and listening. You understand? And retaining. And if you can't retain, then you write down to retain. Do you understand? Retention is key. That's why the Most High says, calls it to remembrance. You understand? So here we go. We closing out, and he says this.
But it's not about ideology. I don't have an ideology. But it's not.
You don't have an ideology?
So yes, we have different ideologies. I do believe the black family should be led. I was talking about just in general, two people have a partnership. Now that was my ideology. If that's your ideology, but it's not about ideology. I don't have an ideology. And
now I nailed that to his dark serpent coffin. Let's let it close out. That part. You're very welcome. This is what we do here. Welcome to the house of Yah. Everybody, yeah, the father of lies, and there's no truth in him. You don't let them stand in their lies. I stop it. That's just get me in trouble in my relationship. I stop it where it stands. That's why I'm like, well, I ain't gonna be able to be with you anymore. Because if we can't, I'm going to stop the lie. They want me to continue. They would want me to continue the conversation. I'm going to stop you in your tracks. We ain't going forward. Everybody listen, you don't go forward with no other conversation with anyone until you clear up that lie. Lie and deceit is of Hasatan. It is sin. It is sickness. So in an argument or disagreement, when a person, man or woman, when they say the lie and you call it out, you don't go forward until they repent, until they acknowledge that error. If they try, this is what people do, they manipulate conversations. If in marriages and all that, if they try to go past the lie and won't stop there, then you remove yourself. That's when I would say, no more conversation. I don't like you. Yeah, you don't want to let me express myself. You ain't expressing nothing. I'm sorry that the world has coddled you to make you think you got the freedom to just express and everybody got to hear what you want to say. You ain't expressing that to me. You could call your mama. You call your little girlfriend. You call Susie. You call Susie Homewrecker. You could call who you want. You won't be calling me. You won't be having a conversation with me. This conversation is over. Yeah, whatever. Well then clear up this mistake, this lie that you made, and then we can move forward from there in the conversation. Do y'all hear me? Y'all listen clear. This is how I live. And all my exes will tell you, baby mama and all. That's why they still love me. Yeah, they do. I ain't stupid. They do. Some of them still watching. I know you love me. I know what it is, right? I know what it is. But that's why I ain't with them. And right? That's why I ain't married them. That's why I had to leave them. Because they don't want to stand in truth. And I'm a man the truth always was. Do you understand, Saudi? That's how you do it, Risla, no matter what. You don't coddle. You don't cup. I don't care how pretty they are. I don't care how good the punani is. I don't care all that. You just want to be with her. Now you're going to be with the devil. When you allow that to exist in your relationship, then Hasatan is running your relationship. You marrying Eve. You giving her the power to sway with the tides of the sea and the moon and the emotions and everything. They'll run you raggedy, and then they get tired of you and won't respect you. Do you understand? They respect that one who stops them like me. So that's why they still in love right now. And that's why the other one with her husband, I know he feel the kind of way. I'm sorry, dude. I tried to help you to get this backbone, to get this manlyhood, but you all whipped out because she's so pretty and stuff. And I try to tell you, man, get out of that, bro. I'm trying to help you to cure this woman. I know how to handle her. Boy, Boy, a woman, that's the garden. They took this on from Adam and Eve, from Eve with the serpent. That's why they got the serpentine practices. That's why they need to be covered. That's why they come out. That's why we have the righteous woman in this ministry rebuking that and coming out of it. Do you understand? Rebuking it and coming out of it. That's why this world is about matriarchy and not patriarchy. And the Safari, y'all, what they call the Bible is a patriarchal book. Do you understand? That's why the men are to cover, the men are to guide and lead, and the women are to nurture, and the men are to protect, and us two make a balance. That's my rib. You heard? That ain't my partner. She's my rib. She come from me. That's the womb of man. That's why she's a womb man. She's from the womb of man. She come from me. You understand? And she's my other half to make me complete. That's why we're not called to be alone. You heard? This part. Don't let this little carpet, peanut butter packing, Mysonne wrapping. He didn't. Yeah, the prettiest ones, that's Eve. That's the serpent. That's the time. Now, they got, shout out to the pretty girls, but they got more it's more, too much is given, much is required. Right? So the more pretty, the more stuff you get, the more spirits you get as well. You understand? And this dark world gives you favors. And these spirits that get inside of you. So they got more to be careful from. All right. So anyway, let me close it. Let me continue. You heard? This is the house of Yah. For anybody that found us on the vertical stream and all this from the title, this is house of truth. All right, let's continue.
No, we're not being aggressive. I just don't condone your like between the two of us. I think we all agree you're tougher. You're tougher. You got that. So why are we trying to sound tough? What are you talking about?
I don't know why you're trying to be aggressive or trying to diminish something.
No, we're not being aggressive. I just don't condone your ideology.
But it's not about ideology. I don't have an ideology, and you keep trying to put an ideology on me. And once again,
you said you don't have an ideology. You just don't know what it is.
Okay,
you don't know what it is.
All I'm gonna say is this.
Marquette, this boy done said he had an ideology 5 different times through this whole thing, and you let him literally say he don't have an ideology. You'll learn, Marquette. You good job, King, though. You be doing a good job. Very smart young man. But we always learn. I can learn from you and everybody. Let's continue.
We leaving this conversation alone.
Not everybody, but I can learn from those who I can eat fruit, spit out the pits, but I ain't trying to learn from everything. I ain't trying to eat from every tree. I ain't trying to, nah. Don't get caught up in that. That's Greco, seekers of knowledge.
You have your old lady, you have all that. I was talking about just in general, 2 people have a partnership. Now that was my ideology. If that's your ideology.
My son, we are not picking up your sugar, Skittle, zesty, flaming hot bag of Cheetos culture thing that you trying to do. You trying to you can have your old lady and your woman and your girlfriend and your wifey and your boo, but I got a partner. And then you want to act like you ain't playing for the other team. Boy, Leonard, this boy ain't nothing but ultra perm. Boy, sit your little peanut butter butt down, boy. They done did you dirty in prison. I ain't even know that, man. I feel sorry for you, myself. Well, now what you're doing, I don't feel sorry. I would have felt sorry for the young person, whatever happened to him. You know what I mean? Because he said it started in, I'm just going with what he said, right? I ain't misquote nothing. He said he went to prison, and that's where he had the conversation. And if you had a prison conversation with the Zesties, with the Skittles, then we already know from the prison link, we know how that ends. Okay?
You have all that. I was talking about just in this. We leaving this conversation alone. You have your old lady, you have all that. I was talking about just in general, 2 people have a partnership. Now that was my ideology. If that's your ideology is different, cool. I don't have any white women on.
He just said that's his ideology. See, and Marquette ain't catching none of this. Did you hear him he literally just said, I don't got an ideology. 1 minute later, he said the women with partners, that's my ideology. Marquette, you got to do better, King. You really got to do better. You got to catch him. You too emotional. You too invested in the conversation now that you can't even.
You said you don't have an ideology. You just don't know what it is.
Okay.
You don't know what it is.
All I'm going to say is this. We leaving this conversation alone. You have your old lady, you have all that. I was talking about just in general, two people have a partnership. Now that was my ideology. If that's your ideology is different, cool. I don't have any white woman ideology. I utilize the word partnership because to me, it's two people that come together and they form a union.
That's not where you got that from.
Well, you can't tell me where I got something from.
No, I know. I can tell you.
You just met me today. What are you talking about?
Oh, you're the one who invented the term partner to describe your spouse? You invented that? You invented that.
Partner been around spouses before. You think that you're the first?
No, that's a new thing. When people used to say, "Oh, my partner," they were referring to their business partner. That's how I know you're lying, because it was commonly used as a term for business partner. It's only recently being used to describe your spouse. So you're lying.
You see how he keeps saying that's not true? This is intentional, everybody. He's not stupid. I need y'all to understand it, because I need y'all to discern that from people that might come into your life, right? You ain't gotta have to do nothing with the ZESTY community, but people in relationships and all that. He knows that's the truth.
Referring to their business partner. That's how I know you're lying, because it was commonly used as a term for business partner. It's only recently being used to describe your spouse. So you're lying.
It's not true.
No, that's a fact.
No, it's only recently been used to you in that term. That's what you were introduced to it. So don't tell me what I learned.
Okay, well then you tell me, where did you learn that from? Like, how did you invent that?
Because at this point we're going around in a circle talking about the same thing.
Real quick though, how did you invent the term partner to describe your spouse?
Anything. I utilized the term because it was more comfortable for me, because I thought I wanted a partnership rather than saying my woman. To me sounded ghetto, and saying my girlfriend when I'm a grown man is not my girlfriend. And if you're not my wife, then there's no need.
So you take the ZESTY community where he says it's more comfortable to him. Now I understand. So why don't you stand in it? I just don't like that he just won't come out, right? But he has an agenda. And they have those whole, what they call down low brothers and all that stuff.
To say my wife. So the word partner was talking about two people that are in a relationship to say my wife. So the word partner was the term because it was more comfortable for me, because I thought I wanted a partnership rather than saying my woman. To me sounded ghetto, and saying my girlfriend when I'm a grown man is not my girlfriend. And if you're not my wife, then there's no need to say my wife. So the word partner was talking about two people that are in a relationship that you don't actually identify as a girlfriend or a marriage. Is a partnership. It's two people that come together to form a partnership. That was my ideology. Whatever you got or where you got it from.
I thought you said you don't have no ideology. He just did it again.
That's on you. I no longer want to talk about this. So let's end this, because it's been 2 hours and I got things to do. And I appreciate the dialogue.
Absolutely. But thanks for coming on. Until next time.
Okay.
All right. Now Marquette should cook him. He's leaving. I'm very interested. Marquette, this should be the cook show from right here. Yeah, he is the general of. I ain't never heard nobody support this like this. Now let's see what Marquette. Marquette, you better cook.
Okay, let me catch up on some of the questions. Shout out to Michael. He writes, "Damn, are all men from New York fruity now, bruh? Low key, low key." He writes, "How'd he?"
His comment section, no, they not. But New York is taking a big L from this tonight, right? The Bronx especially gets a big L. But New York, you see the brothers comment?
Shout out to Michael. He writes, "Damn, are all men from New York fruity now, bruh? Low key, low key." He writes, "How'd he go from snap to letting women lead to accepting Skittle guzzlers? He's certainly a liberal white woman, sentimentally speaking." Shout out to Reginald. He writes, "Barbecue chicken. He is so infected, he knows not how ill he is." Indeed. "I'm extremely disappointed. As I have had a long-standing respect for Mysonne." Me too. I still have respect for Mysonne. He writes, "He doesn't even see."
Y'all see that? That's a problem. And this is a problem when your community supports you no matter what. YouTube and TikTok and stuff has made people fans to the point where they rock. He got a community. They pay money. Like he's making a lot of money. Right? He's building he got the men thing, right? like a men community and stuff, and they give donation, they support him very well. But you don't support someone even when they in their error. See, I probably could never been no part of his community because I would have called that out. You understand? What I mean by that is nobody, even though they roasting Mysonne, right then I would have said, brother, how can you still respect him? I still have respect. You would still have respect for that serpent? So that makes me question you. You get it? I can't trust you, bro. I don't care how much you spoke the good one. I don't care that you don't play with the other team. But if you can still respect the serpent snake who's lying, deceiving, got an agenda, pushing the hate against men, doing all these things, and you still come out your mouth and say, I have respect for him, so that means I have no respect for you anymore. That part. And the community, and Leonard, as much as they writing, not one of them, because I read all the, I'm very thorough. I went through all the comments. I was waiting for somebody in his community, it's thousands of them, to call it out. Nah. First of all, you was too excited about that White House thing, right? And you a better man than me. Then you said he's tougher than you, right? And now you're talking about you still have respect for this serpent? I couldn't follow you then.
Shout out to Reginald. He writes, barbecue chicken. He is so infected, he knows not how ill he is. Indeed.
Fact, try to paint you a woman beater and all that. You still have respect for him.
I'm extremely disappointed. As I have had a long-standing respect for Mysonne. Me too. I still have respect for Mysonne. He writes, he doesn't even see where his foolish ideas come from. Yeah, they won't take light from a black man, but they damn sure will take it from a liberal white woman. I tell you that much, man. And believe it's true knowledge. Shout out to Mr. Chapman. He writes, the term partner for sexual relationships became popular in the late 1980s during the AIDS epidemic with the LGBTQ. A simple Google search will tell you that, right? Yeah, it's funny how all of a sudden facts and studies, it just means nothing when people are pushing propaganda. And in fact, you can see right here, simple search, because I was curious when he was saying that. I wrote, did the LGBTQ popularize the term partner to describe a spouse? The answer is yes. You don't even need to read beyond that. The answer is yes. There's done reading, but let's keep going. The LGBTQ community played a significant role in popularizing the use of the term partner to describe a spouse or long-term romantic companion. Right, so I've always had a level of respect for Mysonne. That was hard to watch. And why did he keep trying to push you supporting abuse of women after you said you clearly don't support it? Yeah, that's it. I damn near like who hired, bruh? I was like, you heard me? Like, it's like they're trying to demonize me so that I don't rise up. That's something that's like straight out of the devil's playbook. As I remind you guys, the greatest tool of the devil is deceit.
Facts.
This is why I always remind that I don't identify with folks just because they're black. I identify with folks based on their values. Do you have good values? Because I can tell you, I don't identify with Barack Obama. I don't identify with Mysonne's values. I don't identify with Lil Nas X. I identify with the good peoples of the earth, be they Arab, Indian, white, Latino, European, what have you. And it's on the basis of good values, because we are actually in a battle of good and evil, of truth and lies, and it is a cultural war. And those who would tell you that they don't represent any ideology or anything like that, nah, they absolutely do. And it's in that position that they are being deceitful. Because here's the thing, if you don't represent any position, if I argue against sexual deviance, you wouldn't defend it. You just kick back like, bro, what that got to do with me? But if you defend it, you've exposed your ideology and your position. And on that channel, I was having a conversation with a couple, a liberal white couple. So there's a liberal white woman, which is the devil on earth. And during the conversation, her husband, I asked, she had said like, oh, I can't take my top off in public. In my head, I was thinking, why would you want to do such a thing? That's an indecent thing. And then her husband says, no, don't do that. And then I told her, I was like, yeah, let's both take our shirts off. Immediately, boom, whips them out. Now, I'm a heterosexual man. And they also looked quite nice. I'm not gonna lie to you, they looked quite nice, but it's indecent and it's inappropriate. So in a society that I would run, in a culture that I condone, I tell her, ma'am, please cover up your chest. There's children out here. There's decent people out here. There's married men and women out here. Cover yourself up. You see, we have to establish a standard. According to the gentleman who just got off the call, according to his ideology, he's saying, oh, well, you're not hurting anyone, or, hey, I wouldn't do it, but if you want to do it, have at it. No, that's dangerous, because the idea of I wouldn't do it, but you can do it. No, you're spreading corruption among the youth. What if a little girl's walking by and she sees that and she thinks, oh, I can do that. That's okay. Not realizing that that kind of exposure will draw in attention that you don't want, that can be dangerous. So we, in fact, are at war, and we have to be proactive. The problem with good people is that good people, no, we're not the loud ones. We're not the unruly ones. We're not the ones who do the marches and the protests and we interrupt. But hey, here's the kicker. We better start. You can't watch the world burn down. You better start doing something. It's fascinating to see these alleged heterosexual males defend homosexuality so strongly. We have to give the devil their due. Their propaganda is effective. Oh, yes, absolutely. Like the fact that he thought that he created the term partner, like he just started using that on his own because it.
Marquette, he didn't think he created partner. He knows where it comes from. He was manipulating you. That's called deception, Marquette. Okay? So I want y'all to see the levels also. He's smart, right? He's hitting a lot of points, but make sure you discern who you following, all on YouTube and everything, guys. Study, show yourself, look for fruit, see the areas that the individual lack in their discernment to know how far and how much you're going to receive from them, how far. There's levels to everything, right? So you can see, as smart as he is, you can see how many areas of discernment he's lacking in. Okay? You see that, Risfly? And he can't even discern the deceit. But that's why each one teach one, our brother's keeper. You understand? But sometimes they get too hard-headed and they won't listen.
Makes sense. He tried nah, bruh. That was wild to me. And that's when you know that propaganda, high quality. You know, I find it funny that when I pulled up the clips of the Honorable Minister Farrakhan, all of a sudden he didn't want to look at the clip. He didn't want to entertain it or discuss it. And that really hurt me to see that, there's something driving him that wasn't the truth. But that's the world that we're in, And sadly, until we deal with that mentality, we will all suffer. Our women will be lost because they have voices of men telling them that they're actually on track and they're doing the right thing, when in actual fact, they're doing quite the opposite. Yeah, but shout out to Mysonne, good brother. If you want to check him out, you can check the gentleman out.
What? Do y'all hear it now? Brother Leonard, did you hear this? But shout out to Mysonne, good brother. So that meant all that just happened, you just toss it right in the toilet. That's when, see, darkness has so many levels. Do you understand? After all this lies, all this blending, can you see this, Leonard? Shout out to Mysonne, a good brother. I would have been gone from this community. And they giving them $50 donations, $100 donations, right? And they, you cooked them, you ain't cooked nothing. Come on, y'all. And his name is Saint and Sinner at first. Now he tried to change it, right? And all this stuff. That's what he's wearing. That's the checkerboard floor in a way. Yeah, come on, Tommy, y'all. Now you're going to promote this. You call him a Skittle guzzler. You want to call him all out for it. But now you're going to, I cut it out. I swear, He gave all his handle. He said, shout out to my son, a good brother. Let me give y'all all his channels so y'all can follow him. He's on Instagram at this, his YouTube, he gave 5 different channels. I cut it off. I ain't about to play this, but this is how we end. Listen clearly.
Until we deal with that mentality, we will all suffer. Our women will be lost because they have voices of men telling them that they're actually on track and they're doing the right thing, when in actual fact, they're doing quite the opposite.
Here you go.
Yeah, but shout out to Mysonne, good brother. If you want to check him out, you can check the gentleman out on Instagram. I want to tell you his Instagram handle because we never actually got to do that, and I do want to honor that brother. His Instagram.
Did y'all hear it? I'm going to tell you his Instagram because I never got to give you his Instagram, and I do want to honor that brother. Oh, yeah, I know y'all didn't think I was going to close out like this. I know you didn't. I don't know. Brother Leonard might have did, right? He said, I do want to, come on, Wrist Fly. Now you seeing the levels, Wrist Fly? I do want to honor that brother. You want to honor? You just spent 2 hours going through all this discussion. He got all these donations. He got all of they both got a bag off of it. You can't follow these people, guys. You can't follow these influencers, these people, these YouTubers, and they after the bag, the money. That's why I cut out the things. He actually put a break in the clip to tell everybody, because he don't allow them to donate through YouTube, because YouTube take 30%, I mean, YouTube take 60%, right? No, YouTube take like 40, something high, crazy like that, right? So he makes them through Stripe and through Venmo, and he has them. So he stopped in the middle to say, y'all better, he said, ain't nobody giving, y'all better, and he stopped and did a thing. So he stopped before and told everybody to give, and then he stopped again and started calling out all the people who gave. For about 5 minutes in the middle of this thing, I cut it out. I'm like, who can sit through a video like that? But that's how much people be so dedicated to people on YouTube and these channels, right? That they, once you get locked in, they got like a community. They just be like, no matter what he says, I would have been gone from his community. The minute he says, I want to honor this brother. You want to honor him? Wow.
The gentleman out on Instagram. I want to tell you his Instagram handle because we never actually got to do that, and I do want to honor that brother. His Instagram is.
I stopped that right there. I do want to honor that brother. His Instagram is not. And then he went, it went further. His Instagram, he did his YouTube, he did his Twitter, he did his TikTok, he did his this one. He said about 7 different things. And they're like, go follow that brother. He's a good brother. Salute to Mysonne and all this. Oh, wow. Thank you very much. That's all I need to know. And I don't need to know no more. All right. All that time, right? That's why I'm like, well, I exposed them. We exposed it all that time. So the lesson, did Mysonne just say Farrakhan was zesty? I know y'all like, okay, now I see how you put these together. Yeah, I don't give it away. I ain't gonna give it away. To me, this was really Mysonne's coming out party, and it exposed Marquette too. To me, now his community, y'all might be boo-boo the fool, giving all y'all money to Marquette. He building a homestead too. That's why he said, I got 30 acres. He's giving it out for 2 acres for $30,000 a piece. And he's building a community, and he's going to run it with his Marquette-ism. He got an ism that he's saying, about the black and do this and empowerment and the women, and all, y'all good. Y'all go ahead and follow that. Y'all gonna have some Mysonne show up. Y'all, I don't know, right? So tonight we stepped into the revealing of all this darkness. No celebrities, no celebrated entities in the kingdom. So as we close out, I want to make something absolutely clear. We are not called to honor the unrighteous. Let's close out. He said, I want to honor, he's a very good brother. I want to honor Mysonne. Children of the Most High of every nation, kindred, and tongue. We are not called to honor the unrighteous, no matter their fame, no matter their status, or their celebrity. Not no rappers, not no activists, not no leaders, not no influencers, not anyone who speaks loudly but walks crooked. We are to discern. So I don't give a crap how many even Minister Farrakhan follow. I don't rock with him because I know what he did to Malcolm. I know what happened. Y'all can be Boo Boo the Fool and follow it, but I'm also not going to speak I'm not going to have someone speak something that he didn't say. I've never heard Farrakhan ever say that he condoned no men with men and women with women. So my son, little fluffy butt, his little tipping through the two lips, zesty Cheetos, right? His little zesty self. No. You can't speak a lie on another man. But I don't follow none of these leaders, influencers, activists, none of that. Once you do some act, I'm watching everything. I ain't rocking with Elijah Muhammad either because none of us perfect, but the ones who repent. Malcolm wasn't even perfect, but repentance. I'm looking for your righteousness. You understand? I could receive, even if Farrakhan allegedly would have repented for the things that happened with Brother Malcolm. But no, when they just go on and become rich and everything and act like it never happened, I ain't down with that party. You understand? I'm not a favorite of men, right? Because today, everyone is becoming fans. That comes from the word fanatic. That's a sickness. Do you understand? That's a sorcery. That's witchcraft. They become worshipers of personalities, okay? So they hold certain individuals to different standards, different than the one that the Most High set. They'll defend them blindly. They'll excuse their mistakes and errors and missteps. They'll justify their contradictions and still say, I want to honor them. They'll protect them as if their salvation depended on it. The Bible says the kingdom of Yah is not basically a fan club. It's a standard, right? That's not verbatim, but that's a gist of a lot of scriptures. The kingdom of the Most High ain't a fan club. You heard? It's a covenant, a standard. Proverbs 24 says, it is not good to have respect of persons in judgment. What that means is don't bend truth just because you like somebody. Don't bend truth because I liked his music and he's a celebrity and shout out to Mysonne. I want to honor that brother. He was a good rapper. Don't soften your righteousness because they have talent. Don't excuse their behavior because it comes from someone that you might have admired. See, tonight's discussion wasn't about us taking sides. It wasn't about who we like. It wasn't about who we support. Tonight's live stream was about the truth and the responsibility of every one of us who has to handle truth with discipline and discernment. I teach you, this house teaches nothing but spiritual warfare because the Most High doesn't grade us on a curve. The Most High doesn't say, this person is famous, so you can let that slide. Yah doesn't say, well, this person got a lot of fans. He got a lot of subscribers. He got a lot of followers, right? So he can get away with this. Righteousness don't really apply. All the levels of righteousness don't apply to him. The Most High does not say, this one has influence, my children. So accountability is optional with this one. Nah. The Most High judges all with the same measurement. Deuteronomy 16:19 says, thou shalt not wrest judgment, thou shalt not respect persons, neither take a gift. You see? Meaning we cannot twist judgment because fame is present, celebrity, or because they give us, we can get influence. So what Marquette is doing, he's still kissing Mysonne's butt because he wants more influence and more followers and subscribers so they can get more money in his community with his isms and schisms. We cannot twist discernment because someone else's platform is involved to grow our entity, celebrated entity. So as we debunked, expose, and revisit Mysonne's words and the reaction that y'all got out, I want y'all to acknowledge something even deeper. The reason why Marquette reacting at the end like this is because celebrity culture infects spiritual discernment in the world. So after all of that, he talking about he's a good brother. I still want to honor him. And he's given all the people where to follow this serpent. After he just did all that yelling and getting all loud and making all those points, all that goes in the toilet, bro. You know them by their fruit. Shame on you, Marquette. That was shameful, King. That's called gray area. You want to say to women, listen, y'all see how you keep disrespecting women? That was mad feminine, Marquette. Come on, Leonard. This real man time here. You heard? You don't tell no man that you ain't tough as him. Well, I think you was correct in that, Marquette. Because you shocked me. The same way he shocked you, you shocked me. That was gray area, Marquette. You want to talk all about the women, all that? You sound like a liberal white woman right there. Come on, Leonard. That was liberal. You want to say liberal white woman? Well, you was real liberal white woman to me. And all your little followers. I'm sorry. These grown men, Leonard, 40 and 50, giving them all this money and stuff. Come on, Scotty's Beats. Come on. Nah. It's not real grown man time, 10-toe. That was gray area. I mean, you can rock the little red and black suit. You got all the little crap, in a nice chair. You be doing all the rich stuff with taking trips and all your little degrees, but you want to call out. No, that was real feminine, Marquette. I know you won't like that. I know you don't like that because you want to look real masculine, but real men stand in truth, in spirited. Oh, that's Dava Ya'ada. Shalom, Dava. Real men stand 10 toes down in spirit and in truth. Okay? Nah, but you want to keep calling out the sisters. Sisters, and most of the sisters live in the gray area. Oh, that wasn't nothing but gray area. Come on, sisters, that wasn't nothing but ultra perm. You ain't did nothing but, we sit up there in a whole almost 2 hours discern at the end for you to give him and kiss his booty. I'm going to share my son is a honorable. We want to honor this brother. See, that's when celebrity culture infects spiritual discernment. Okay? Where followers defend these celebrities more than they defend the truth. These people fight for these entertainers more than they fight for righteousness. They protect their platforms more fiercely than they protect their morality, their righteousness of the Most High. But real truth don't bow down to status. And discernment doesn't bow down to someone's popularity. Job 34:19 says, he accepteth not the persons of princes, nor regardeth the rich more than the poor. For they are all the work of his hands, my Father who art in the Shamayam. So if the Most High Yah doesn't play favorites, then neither should we. Come on, Leonard, they're the new idols. Come on, this Canaanite Babylon, you in the town. These are the new idols set up in the temples. Influence us. You heard? What they influencing? Baal. And what we talk about, Tamayah, Diddy. Tamayah, we just can't get away from it. It don't matter. We trying our best to get away. Tamayah, like enough of the Diddy stuff. Here we go, my son, we can't. Because that's what run this kingdom from the Greco-Romans. From Eve, it started way back. The garden. Diddy, Eve. Something went down in that garden. It's going to come out on one of the live. We already discussed it on our Tuesday Bible study. That's the house. Oh, I'll bring it out on the live whenever the Most High allows it to come out, when he wants his mayad, his timing. Something went down in that garden. Somebody that told y'all wrong. I was say it ain't so, y'all. Say it ain't so. I was trying to block it out and ignore it for everything. Oh, no. The Most High pulled the layers back. I'm like, I did not want this to be a thing, y'all. I did not want this to be a thing. No, y'all, no. You know how you close your ears? I'm like, no. Say it ain't so. I don't want it. But you can't run when the Most High want to reveal the truth. Oh, yeah. That's when the second world starts. That's why this whole second world is about the booty duty. That's all it's about. From the Canaanites, from Cain, from all of it. It's all about the doty, not the nana, the diddy. So no matter what, everything we address in the second world, it keeps coming back to it because that's what it was born in. Even that serpent. And then Adayam, poor little tink. Boy, they made a mistake, a big mistake. They opened up a portal they shouldn't have never opened. Made a whole second world. You better know. Y'all better know. If somebody can read through the lines, it'll come out when the Most High want me to bring it out on the live. You heard? Now, you cannot treat a man differently because he's known. You cannot respond differently to men or women because they have influence. You can't judge people differently because the world, God likes them. They celebrate the world. They have favor. The so-called blacks, we need to step out of emotional loyalty. Adam is Tink. Yeah, poor Tink and got himself in the mess, got us all in the mess. That's why Mashiach had to come back to be the man, the second Adayam. You heard? Stand 10 toes down. Ain't no diddy with Mashiach. That part. So, even other nations, but I'm talking to the blackity blacks, other nations, y'all listen clear, apply it as it lay. We need to step out of emotional loyalty and we need to enter into spirituality and righteousness. Proverbs 28:23, he that rebuketh a man afterwards shall find more favor than he that flattereth a man with the tongue. Proverbs 28:23, you rebuke and righteous correct. And if the man is moral, then you will find more favor than if you just flatter him with your tongue. Because true correction is actually a habayah, how you really show love. Flattery is Hasatan's lesson of deceit. Flattery is deception. So this tonight's lesson is even bigger than Mysonne. It's bigger than Marquette in his little red and black suit. It's bigger than Farrakhan. It's bigger than their whole comment section. This is about learning to listen before we react. Listening before reacting. Learning to discern before coming to a conclusion. Learning to judge righteously before aligning yourselves with personalities. Because Yah's not going to ask you on Judgment Day, who did you follow? Everybody listen. Yah ain't going to ask you on Judgment Day, who did you subscribe to? Yah's not going to ask you, who did you defend online? The Most High going to ask you, what activist did you align yourself with? He ain't going to ask you, which leader did you idolize? But what the Most High Yah will ask you is, did you hear my voice? Now, come on, you know we going to close out. You know I'm going to close out with the word. Listen up, Marquette, if you watch this. From an elder. I ain't disrespecting. I'm trying to guide and lead you. Come out all the way. Yeah, you in the gray lukewarm area. Yeah, you is. You in the gray area. You want to say the sisters here. You where if they are, you right there with them. Okay? Listen, come on, Yashala. The Most High ain't going to ask you who you followed. He going to ask you, did you hear my voice? And did you listen? Did you hearken? Did you hear my voice? And did you follow the truth? Did you walk in righteousness? Did you do as I say? That's what the Most High gonna ask. Come on, Lennon. He ain't gonna ask you who you idolize. He ain't gonna, come on, let me turn my mic down. I should have known. All right? The house of Yah, we here. Let's go. Thank you, Zayana. Did you hear my voice is what the Most High is gonna ask you. He ain't gonna ask you who you follow. None of that. Did you walk in spirit and in truth? So as we close out tonight, let this teaching, this sink into your spirit. Let it sizzle all in your spirit, sit deeply. All right? Let it land on fertile soil. Never ever, children of the Most High of every nation, kindred, and tongue. Never ever, 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 never exalt a man above the Most High. Never let fame cloud your judgment. Never treat celebrities as spiritual authorities. Never protect personalities at the expense of the truth. Never become so loyal to a person or a group or a ministry or a church or whatever that you become disloyal to righteousness for righteous sakes. Because the moment you place a human being on a pedestal, you have already fallen into idolatry. The moment you place mankind on a pedestal, you have made an idol. Jeremiah 17:5 says, "Cursed be the man that trusteth in man and maketh flesh his arm," because flesh will fail. Flesh will always lie. Flesh will misstep. Flesh is created in sin and iniquity. Flesh will disappoint, but truth never fails. Righteousness never lies. Righteousness never have a misstep. Morality never disappoints, and Yah never changes. This part, tonight's lesson was about clarity. Clarity over confusion. It was about discernment over division. It was about truth over tribalism, because they trying to make tribes online and YouTube and building communities, and all these people paying money and they're following these leaders blindly. You heard? They ain't holding them up to stance for everything that they say. Every word that's coming out of your mouth gonna be weighed and judged and discerned, and you gotta stand. So we stand for truth over tribalism, righteousness over reputation. You need to listen clearly to them, children. 2 ears. Listen. Listen, write it down if you don't got the Rolodex memory. Write it on down. Record it on your phone. Rewind it. Listen to discern. Weigh the words. Weigh every word that come out of their mouth. Examine their spirits. Examine it and apply the scriptures. The Safari, what they call the Bible, it gives us the keys to application. We have to apply what the word says. Don't just keep coming back to here and here. Break this down and drop it. I done put 10 hours, 15 hours putting the lesson together, and I'm breaking down the discernment, but you don't do no application. When you get to the judgment, the Most High gonna say, what did you apply? Yeah, I know you watched my son, yeah, that's my son. In him I am well pleased. But did you apply the wisdom? Did you apply the words? Don't just let it tickle your ears and make it feel good. Application. So you can walk away from the lessons a little bit wiser, a little bit cleaner, a little bit stronger. I'm be talking about somebody tougher than you, a little bit tougher, a little bit sharper, a little bit more anchored in Yah's truth, in Yah's word, in the Most High. Because at the end of the day, this teaching that I'm doing in the name of my Father who art in the Shamayah is more than these names involved, Mysonne and Farrakhan and whoever. It's about the spiritual maturity that the children of the Most High, the listeners, are supposed to receive. These are lessons. That's why I tell you, get a pen and a pad. I teach every lesson. This ain't just entertainment, what we do here. Y'all can find that all over YouTube. People just doing reactions to every video. But in this word, you get the unadulterated truth of the Most High for application, for you to apply it in everyday life. You heard? Spiritual maturity for the listeners. So let every heart hear, everybody hear the words. honor no unrighteousness. Marquette talk about, I'ma close out and give honor to my son. The devil's a lie. He's telling you where he stands. You heard? Discern them all. Honor no unrighteousness at all. Elevate no celebrity at all. Defend no personality over righteousness at all. Be loyal to Yah, loyal to truth, loyal to righteousness, loyal to morality, loyal to Yahweh, to the Most High. He is Ahayah, one, alone. Because the moment we put a man where the Most High belongs, then that's when we lose our way. You are in idol worship. But the moment we put the Most High back where he belongs, that's when we find our clarity. That's when we find our oneness, our original self. And tonight, I present to you clarity, oneness, Ahayah, the truth, with no sugarcoating, raw and cut with no chaser. May the Most High cover and bless you all as you stand in righteousness over celebrity. Everyone worldwide, this has been, did Mysonne just say Farrakhan is zesty or support the Fruity McNudies, the Doody Bodies or whatever? I don't know, the Skittle Crew, or I don't know what you want to call them, the zesty flaming bag of Cheetos, whatever. I didn't hear it, so I ain't gonna put that on Farrakhan. Mysonne wasn't able to prove nothing. Couldn't even find a clip. Every clip Mysonne found rebuked what Mysonne was saying. And then he tried to make us believe some crap out his mouth, talking about he was sitting in the mosque. You know, you need to sit in a, you're sitting in a duty. Mysonne, you need to repent. Marquette, you need to repent too. All right. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Shalom, everybody, from the house of Yah. Thank you, Akiyama, for your assistance. Thank you, Elder Yahya Zahn and Yasha Yaha, for your covering and assistance. May the Most High, thank you, House of Yah, for welcoming any new people and covering this lesson in this house. And thank you all to the thank you most of all to the Most High for exposing the truth, raw and cut with no chaser. Go forth and be the light. We live again Friday, Eastern Standard Time, 9 p.m. Mysonne came out of the closet tonight, just as nasty, McNasty, and nasty, big nasty. Do that butter, peanut butter, packing Mysonne. You the devil's a lie. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Shalom, everybody. Peace and blessings from the Most High unto you all. Protect the children. All right, we out. See y'all Friday.
He had secures and hooks us tight, a gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put, email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High.
watching our videos, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.